The Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit on the island of Lombok, Indonesia is among the most scenic racetracks in the world. But this venue holds a heartbreaking significance for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship as we return to the venue for a third time. A memorial to the late Haruki Noguchi is a poignant reminder of the dangers inherent in the sport we all love. We will always remember him. But life and sport race on. When ARC hit Mandalika in 2024, the action was electric. Now we're back in Lombok for the third time as the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship blasts into the second half of the season with 5 titles on the line. Underbone 150, Indonesia's Husni Zainal Fauzi is chasing history. No one in 30 years has ever won 5 straight in this chaotic class. Husni wants it today. Malaysia's Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati for JDT Racing, from heartbreak in race 1 at Motegi to tears of joy in race 2, making it a 5-man ASB 1000 title fight led by Kito Wabe. TVS Asia 1 make Malaysia's Randan Rosli still chasing Hiroki Ono. He won here last year, another win blows the championship wide open. AB 250, Thailand's Kritapat Kungkum is on fire chasing Fadila Arbi. 2 wins from the last 3 for Kritapat, the 20-year-old gunning for his first ARC crown. Rounding off this scene setter, let's give some love to Indonesia's Muhammad Adinanta Putra, who leads the way, but just 7 points separate him from second place. So a repeat of his success at Mandalika last season will be a boost to him, his team, and the passionate Indonesian supporters. Great riders rise when it counts, and this weekend in Mandalika counts. The time is now. Mandalika, yuk kita!
ARRC reporter Daniel Bogas setting the scene beautifully as we come to the 4th round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. Very warm welcome to Lombok, one of the southern islands in Indonesia. I'm Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, talking through 10 races this weekend, which could go a long way towards deciding the championships in all 5 categories. And conditions, Barry, absolutely perfect.
These are the best conditions I can remember seeing at Mandalika. A little bit cooler. The only thing is, especially for the smaller bike classes, is that it's pretty breezy. There's quite a breeze blowing from the shores of the Indian Ocean, and there it is.
Indeed it is. The wind count is there, 14 kilometers per hour, which actually doesn't seem a lot, but when you're going up into that headwind, it does really slow things down. But 32 degrees, it's around about 50 degrees down at trackside. TVS Asia One Make Championship gets us underway. And the man to watch, as always, is the defending champion, Hiroki Ono. The experienced man has ridden this circuit many, many times and won one of the 2 races here last year, Barry.
Yeah, this circuit always produces sensational racing, and you can see why from this track map. The way that there are no really hard braking areas. It really flows well, which means many different manufacturers can be competitive here. There is only one to be concerned about in this first race, though, and that is the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
This is the 4th season that the One Make Championship has been part of the Asia Road Racing Championship. It always starts proceedings off for us, and we're ready for the formation lap. There's a big growl from those 310 engines as they get underway on the formation lap. I mentioned Hiroki Ono, and he will be the man who is on pole position, and he is on bike number 1. Beautiful shots there. Ono will be in P1 alongside Randan Rosli, who won 1 race last year and is in contention for the title this year. Chirant Vishwanath is in P3. Best result of the season in qualifying for the young Indian.
Yeah, 14-year-old Australian, getting better and better all the way through this weekend. Hunter Corney leads row 2. Next to him, Sartak Chavan, currently equal second in the championship, and Luis Miguel, fourth in the championship, outside of him.
Yeah, Hunter Corney's had a great weekend. Dexa Alma from Indonesia is on P7 on his debut. Rendi, another Indonesian, hasn't had the best of seasons in results-wise so far, P8, alongside Korea's young sensation Kim Min-jae on P9.
And for the first time we have a British rider in the TBS Asia one-make champion in the shape of Harley Jack McCabe. He's been getting better and better all weekend. Next to him, New Zealand's Nixon Frost and Shahari Dave, number 23, starts 12.
And then we've got Ramdan Putra Septiawan from Indonesia on his debut, and Leandro Paredes from the Philippines, who's had a difficult time this season. He'll be hoping that the second half of the season significantly better than the first. It is all about learning. Best position P8 for Leandro so far this season. If he could get into the top 8 once again, I think this is a terrific weekend for him.
Yeah, and interestingly, Des, the top 3 in the championship were the only 3 riders to occupy the podium this time a year ago, so they have the benefit of experience with them. That is Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan, although Sartak has been slightly off the pace of his main championship rivals this weekend. It's Chirant Vishwanath that joins Ramdan and Hiroki on the front row.
Yeah, the 3 you mentioned, Hiroki, Ramdan and Sartak, they were 1, 2, 3 in both races in Motegi last time round. And they were also 1, 2, 3 in a different order though in Sepang in the 3rd race of the season. It's a 6-round 12 race season, so we are just coming into the second part of the season. For Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan, 108 points means they are trailing Hiroki Ono, who's on 124. I think preventing Hiroki getting victories this weekend would be an important priority for both Ramdan and Sartak if they have genuine title hopes.
Yeah, I think we're looking at 6 podium contenders here as we watch Hiroki Ono, as he often does, come late to his pole position.
There he is in pole position on the extreme right. We are all set. We are under the flag, the green flag. So long hold for the racers, and then they get off to a start. And in the middle, that's a decent start from Hunter Corney. The young Aussie has had a very, very good weekend, and that is a flying start by Russell.
Absolute flyer. It looks as though Ramdan trying to get up the inside of him, but it is the 14-year-old Australian, Hunter Corney, who leads the field into turns 1 and first sector.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley on 2. It's a fast circuit, but it's very, very wearing on the tyres. You're doing so much changing, getting yourself up and into this right-hand corner. You kind of slalom your way up that part of the course. Hunter Corney, well, that's a terrific start from the young Aussie. 4th fastest, a 1:46.2. He was more than a second down on Hiroki Ono in qualification as Ramdan comes past.
And he'll just been passed by... That was Sartak, just went past Hiroki Ono, but is he going to hold it? Yes, he is.
We also see Shahari Dave on debut, the Indian. He's got himself up into that leading group of 4 or 5 as well. 8 laps of the circuit.
That was a poor start for Chirant Vishwanath, who's had a really good weekend. Started from the front row, now down in 7, so he's given up 4 places.
Also a tough start for Luis Miguel as well. He's way off the pace.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono has given up 5 places from pole position to be currently 5th or 6th. You've got to keep your eyes on him, but yeah, there he is.
Okay, as they come round the bottom end into this home straight once again. They weave through, and it is Hunter Corney who has the lead. Actually, Ramdan Rosley's got just ahead of Hunter Corney. Sartak is in P3, he's recovered. And Rendi in 4, Oni in 5. Dexa Alma is a new name for us. He's got himself in P6.
Chirant recovering from that poor start as well. Hiroki Ono up to P4 after his poor start to the race.
Just keeping an eye on Luis Miguel, the young Spaniard who's had such a very, very good season. He's still out on the circuit. I'm not sure he's actually going to complete the first lap.
Yeah, Hunter Corney doing a sterling job there, still hanging in P2. He's only given way so far to Ramdan Rosley. Behind him, he's got Sartak.
Bike number 3 is Sartak. There's Ramdan Hunter Corney as Hiroki Ono squeezes his way in. Lovely drone shot. Gosh, it shows the full beauty of Mandalika, does that corner.
It absolutely does. Let's take a look here. Hiroki Ono sets Hunter Corney in his sights.
That was an aggressive move, that was, by Ono. I don't think he likes the spotlight being off him as he eases his way through to P2 ahead of Hunter Corney. And Hunter, I think, just learned a little bit about what the quality of Hiroki Ono is all about there.
I think he did, but he started 4th. He's currently 4th.
Sartak Javan's got himself up into P3. Ono has a look on the inside. We'll stick just with Hunter Corney. He might drop back a little bit, but good moments in the spotlight for him there. He'll cross in P4 behind Sartak Javan, ahead of Dexter Alma. It's Ramdan Rosley and Hiroki Ono, though. They are leading the way, and Ono, well, is looking to take the lead for the very first time, but Ramdan Rosley, he's such a cussed competitor, is Ramdan.
Absolutely. These two are absolute beasts as competitors go. Lovely guys, but my goodness, as competitors, they are absolutely no-hold-barred monsters. Ramdan never ever gave up the chase to Hiroki Ono throughout 2024, which is absolutely dominated by the Japanese rider.
Ono slides through on the inside, takes a nice line.
About a second, or I think on the second gap there, back to Sartak. Hunter Corney slipping back to 5th.
I really felt for Ramdan chasing here. In any other competition, he'd be winning titles, he'd be getting first and seconds. Well, he's getting a lot of seconds, but they're all behind the man who's in P1.
But look at the body language there. He's absolutely on it. He hasn't given up. Using the whole of the track and then some.
Yeah, plus. Behind them, Sartak Chaban is chasing, as he has been all season. They're 1, 2 and 3 in the championship standings. Ono in the red helmet leads the way.
Alfa Rizal doing a good job too. Running 5th. He's the latest one to get ahead of Hunter Corney.
As they come through, 5 laps to go. Ono has the lead from Ramdan Rosley. Their lead is 1.2 seconds from the men immediately behind them. Sartak Chaman Rendi and Hunter Corney, who's hanging in there with that little second group.
Durant trying to recover from his poor start. Still trying, but he's really struggling. He was strong throughout pre-practice, good in qualifying. Getting it all his own way in the race.
He just beginning to go backwards now on bike number 9. But it's good to give the youngster a little bit of love. Ahead of him is Chirant Vishwanath. Oh, Vishy, he was on P3 in qualification. He's not replicated that form in the race itself.
Fastest lap is with Hiroki Ono, unsurprisingly. 146.1. Hunter Corney running 47.4s, so that does indicate why he's slipping back a little bit.
Dexter Alma's also slipping back, the bike number 25. He and Corney, they enjoyed their moment in the glorious sunshine here in Lombok. In the meantime, Sartak Chaban is just beginning to creep up on the front two.
This is, as we were saying, the 1, 2, 3 in the championship. Sartak suitably motivated perhaps, since the lights went out, is trying to catch up on his rivals.
This is the little scrap for P5 that we're focusing on before we have a look back once again at the front two. In P5 you've got Chirant Vishwanath, Dexter Alma and Hunter Corney, 5, 6 and 7 respectively. Corney going through Now then, let's focus on the leaders. And just tell me, Barry, Sartak Chaban, bike number 3. I think he is closing in. He's got to within a second of the front two.
Yeah, just close that down a little. Maybe made up 3/10 on that last lap. Half distance now, just over half distance. Hiroki looking now untroubled at the front.
As they head out towards the ocean. Rendy in some good form today. Rendy, the number 10, hasn't had a particularly good season. A best position of, well, he picked up 10 points, so he's had a P5. And he's in P4 at the moment, so looking for a season best position is the number 10.
Yeah, started 8th, so going well for Rendy. Not so good yesterday.
Sartak goes through inside Ramdan as Hiroki Ono powers away. Gosh, we know he's got the experience, Sartak. We can see the position switched. Ono's got that experience, but he never lets up, does he?
Yeah, I think the thing to watch out for, let's perhaps forget about Hiroki Ono for now, but Sartak catching Ramdan and Rendy catching Sartak.
Behind them, Chiranth Vishwanath needs to get some points. Again, for Chiranth, he started off with a podium in Buriram in the first weekend of the season. Hasn't been on the podium since. He's had one DNS and one DNF,
yeah,
which isn't good.
Yeah, Sartak has got the better of Ramdan. And Rendy looking like a real contender for the podium.
I think so. I think Rendy is putting his best performance of the season by some distance, and he's joined onto the back of Ramdan Rosley, the bike number 10. He's third in that little group. But it's a nervy look over the shoulder there from Sartak Chaban.
Yeah, very different rider this season, isn't he? Last season he was quick, made quite a few errors, and now...
Sartak,
yeah,
absolutely.
Beg your pardon. Sartak is now thinking about the championship. He's just 16 points off Hiroki Ono.
He's looking for a 6th consecutive podium. Saying that, Ono's looking for a 3rd straight win and a 4th win of the season. And Ono is looking good for a 4th win of the season.
Last time around he was 1.6 seconds ahead as
Rendy
does indeed fulfill that promise and go through on Sartak. Sorry, go through, yeah.
Yeah, on Ramdan.
On Ramdan, yeah.
Sartak chasing. It is amazing what knowing the circuit does. Indonesia's a big place, but he will have ridden here a couple of times at least. That home advantage does tell.
Yeah, although Ramdan and Sartak filled both podiums last year, so this is an exceptional job from Rendy.
The lead is over 2 seconds, and Rendy now into P2 as they come to the bottom end of the circuit. That's turn 16 as they take this left into the home straight, going over the start-finish line. Oh, we've got a casualty.
Rider down, let's wait and see the number here.
Nixon Frost. Ono leads, Rendy 2nd, Sartak 3rd, Ramdan 4th, behind them Chiranth. Hunter Corney has recovered after a tepid moment, but this is impressive from Rendy.
Yeah.
Ramdan looking over his shoulder. This is not good for Ramdan Rosley's championship hopes.
Yeah, all is not well. We know he'd be further up if everything was firing as it should. Yeah, Sartak doing a good job of trying to get the better of Rendy, but Rendy goes ahead again.
First season, looking for a first podium. Bike number 10.
This is a cracking battle here. It's bringing out the fight that we know lies within Sartak as he looks across at the Indonesian. Grandstand view for Ramdan.
Rendy didn't like being overtaken. Gosh, it's like seeing a new rider, isn't it, Rendy, in this kind of form?
Yeah, we heard he was good when he came with a good reputation, and now we're seeing it.
Ramdan Rosley comes onto the back of Sartak Chaban. That'll be the real target, I think, for Ramdan, to make sure Sartak doesn't get a jump on him. In fact, Ramdan just has a little peek on the inside. bottom end. Hiroki leads, and the lead is a gargantuan 3.2 seconds. From Rendi, from Sartak, from Ramdan.
Yeah, and the fastest rider, who isn't Hiroki Ono, is Rendi. On 46.5. It's a tenth quicker than Sartak last time around. Yeah, as you said, Des, this is like looking at a new rider emerging into this category, because previously he was in the chasing groups.
In second chasing group, Sartak has just edged ahead. Maybe this is where the better racecraft of Sartak and Ramdan will come into play. Hiroki Ono on his own as he heads out towards the ocean. Behind them, chasing away into the surf, it is Rendi leading the way from Sartak. Javan!
Oh, contact there.
Switch back from Sartak. Is it effective? The answer is yes.
Yeah, this is good work by Sartak under a lot of pressure. And if he can keep Rendi between him and Ramdan, then that will put him ahead in the championship. They're both currently level on points.
Hiroki Ono goes through. Sartak ahead of Rendi. The Ramdan we know will be chasing. They're coming towards the end of this circuit.
Very wide line there being taken by Ramdan Rosley. Swoops back in.
On the final lap, it will be a third win in the row for Hiroki Ono. He takes it, but behind him, the battle goes to Sartak Javan ahead of Rendi, ahead of Ramdan Rosley. And that's brilliant for Rendi and not so great for Ramdan Rosley.
Very good news for Sartak in championship terms. So Sartak picks up 20, Ramdan picks up 13.
Behind them, Chiranth Vishwanath, who started in P3, he's in P5. As we focus on Hiroki Ono, Hunter Corney gets himself a very creditable 10 points for P6. I think that's the best result of the season for Hunter, joint best result. It's his third, no, he's had two P5s, sorry. But it's his third P6, so 5 times in the top 6 for the 14-year-old.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And it was notable yesterday that he started somewhere adrift off the pace and just got quicker and quicker and quicker. There are the results.
Confirmation, your winner by 3.37 seconds is Hiroki Ono from Japan. Sartak Javan from India. The young Indian getting the better of the young Indonesian Rendi, but Rendi's first podium, best result and performance by some distance of this season. Ramdan Rosley will have work to do ahead of tomorrow. He's in P4. Chiranth Vishwanath will pick up 11 points for P5. Real kudos for Hunter Corney, P6, and 10 points for the young Aussie. Dexter Alma Alfarezel in P7. And Shahari Dave on debut will pick up 8 points. Harley McCabe from UK. He's on 18 seconds down, just beat Ramaputra Septiawan for P9. Leandro Paredes, P11, so he'll pick up some points, the Filipino. Gets himself ahead of Kim Min-jae, and Luis Miguel, who was struggling right from the very, very start. Nixon Frost was the only casualty of this particular race.
So, a maiden podium for Indonesia's Rendi. That's great to see. He's broken the dominance of Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Javan and got amongst it. He's taken points away on this occasion from Ramdan, who will see himself slip 7 points behind Sartak in the championship. No worries for this rider. He was already 16 points ahead.
Fourth win of the season. Had a P2 and a P3. It looks like defense of his title is going swimmingly. His lead will be up to 21 points, subject to confirmation. My quick calculation suggests he's on 21 points. He won here last year in race 1, but he didn't win race 2. Well, that's not guaranteed. Coming in there, Sartak Shaban. That is now 3 second place positions in a row.
Yep, and one better than he did this time last year here. But Hiroki Ono had to work for that. Early in the race, he was down as low as 6th. So he did have to work, but in the end, it was a margin of 3.5 seconds that he had over Sartak. So the TVS bosses congratulate Hiroki Ono once again.
Highlights of the 7th race of the TVS One Make Championship. 7 out of 12, and a great start for teenager Hunter Corney from Australia. Bike number 9, getting away from the second row of the grid and leading for most of the first lap before eventually he got caught up. And then it became the familiar figures that got involved. But a new face to talk about, Barry Russell. Randy, the Indonesian, got himself into the mix.
Yes, he did, and he worked his way up. I mean, bearing in mind that all these bikes are essentially the same, he did really well to close the gap. Look at this point, these two were more than a second ahead of Sartak. But then, as we got into the second half of the race, Randy really made his presence felt.
Bike number 10 is the man we're keeping an eye on, but in the championship, Hiroki Ono is streaking away. Yeah, we're focusing on Randy. Yes, it's Indonesia. Yes, it's home bias. But if somebody performs like that, you've got to focus on him. A little look over the shoulder for Ramdan Rosli suggested not always going well for the Malaysian. And indeed, Sartak Shaban would take second ahead of Randy. Not a good day at the office for Ramdan.
No, it wasn't. But full advantage taken by Sartak Shaban. And there you can see the yawning gap as we got onto the final lap. More than 3 seconds there between the number 1 and the number 3 of Sartak. Randy still very much having a go on this final lap.
Got himself into P2 at one stage, but Sartak has shown some really good racecraft and is chasing a 3rd P2 in a row. Ramdan is forced wide, didn't have the chance to make the move coming into that turn 16, which is where so many overtaking maneuvers are made, and then he's forced to stand up as Hiroki takes the win. Sartak coming in P2, but the man who's going to get the kudos today is Randy. Not number 1, but number 10.
So here comes our first podium of the weekend.
The athletes getting themselves just ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the podium ceremony for the TVS Asia One Make Championship Race 1.
First podium always the slowest.
Kita bisa memulai untuk race pertama dari TVS Asia One Championship.
Different place, particularly Randy. He's not been on a podium before.
Not in this class.
Indonesia,
Not here, yes.
Terbaik ketika kita
Just
dari
follow Hiroki Ono
Indonesia.
and you will be fine.
There he is. Big thumbs up.
In second place,
Big thumbs
from
up,
India,
big smile.
Sartak Shaban.
Fantastic news for the championship.
India adalah Sartak Shaban. And your race winner,
Second place,
from
Sartak
Japan,
Shaban,
Hiroki Ono.
who's used to being
Dan inilah
on
dia
P2. That's 3 in a row for him. And Hiroki Ono, 4th win of the season, but 3 wins in a row.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And
please rise for the
retention
national
of his
anthem
championship
of
looks
Japan.
like it's a foregone conclusion, but still plenty of races to go. We'll talk more after the national anthem of Japan.
And now to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite
He really
Mr.
has
R.
got a
Babu,
remarkable
Senior
record
Vice
in
President R&D of
the
TVS
TVS
Motor
one
Company
make.
to the podium.
9 victories last year in the championship as Mr. R. Babu, the Senior Vice President of Research and Development for the TVS Motor Company, hands out the awards.
Randy.
It is a good addition to the ARRC as the TVS one make, and they're actually going to have a media day themselves and some work with our reporter, Daniel Bogas, later on in the weekend. I think on Monday they've got a track day here, making the most of coming to Mandalika.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. R. Babu to take a photo with our race winners.
Number 1, again. It's almost unfair in many ways. Hiroki Ono is a class apart, such an experienced campaigner anyway. Championship standings as they are, 149 points for Ono, means he's 21 clear of Sartak Chavan. That's a great performance from Sartak. Ramdan Rosli down into P3, 7 points down on Sartak. Luis Miguel, who had problems on the first lap today, he'll hope for better luck tomorrow. The young Spaniard on 83 points. Hunter Corney, kudos to the kid. He's in P5 with 68, 5 ahead of Chiranth Vishwanath. Rendi moves on to 50 points for the season. And Ate Kange, who's not racing this weekend, he is in P8 on 44 points. Need to find out what happened to Luis Miguel. He's had a very strong first start to the season. Kim Min-jae also not at his best either, on 43 points. Leandro Paredes, I really hope the Filipino is able to really pick up some decent times in the second half of the season. Hazik and Riku are not here, neither Shingo or Ossia Drusty. Injured absentees, actually. I hope they're all recovering well. Nixon Frost didn't complete today. So they're the top 15. Okay, let's go down to get some post-race reaction with the hard-working Daniel Bogas, who I think is talking to the race winner, Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki Ono, I think you are the smooth operator of the ARC Championship. It looked like there was a battle at the start, and then you started pulling away with your pace. Tell us about this race. Tell us how tricky was it with the wind?
Yeah, race was a little bit tough because beginning of the race, I fighting with other rider, but lap by lap, I position up lap by lap. Then finally, end of the race, I keep the average time. Yeah. Then finally, I get the victory. Yeah, this victory, I'm very happy.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations to you. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, congratulations. And he will be looking to make it 5 in a row tomorrow. There is a breeze, but it's a beautiful breeze in Lombok, isn't it? We go for a quick break now. When we come back, we've got the chaos of the Underbone 150cc. Don't go too far away. We're at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit in Lombok, and you're watching the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Race 1 at Mandalika brings an opportunity for Husni Zainul Fauzi to take the crown. Circumstantial, and it's Fahmi Bassam who could be the difference maker. The 2024 champion for LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team looks to keep his title defense alive, but history may be written here today. In a class that's so competitive, we have never seen such dominance. Underbone 150 always brings us drama right till the very end. And what a location, ladies and gentlemen, we have for it to be written. Husni, Underbone 150, check.
Yes, thank you, Daniel Bogus. Husni Jack as we come to the Underbone 150cc, but Barry Russell, he didn't make Superpole. He's not in the top 10. All we're seeing there is he's not unbeatable, Husni.
We could be seeing signs of butterflies in the championship leader's stomach, and he comes in with a 70-point lead, and we know that if he can increase that to a 100-point lead this weekend, then he will be the champion. But he has to do it around this this complex but this beautifully flowing Mandalika circuit. Let's go to Daniel, who is down on the grid.
So the sun is out on the grid and it is quite warm, warmer than yesterday, but there's still a nice little breeze. But how's that going to affect the underbones? That's what I'm going to try to find out from the pole man, Dimas Julia Moko. So Dimas, you had a strong performance every single session and you qualified on pole. But in a race here, it's going to be a challenge, I think, definitely, with the way the layout is and the winds. So can you tell us, what is the best tactic and how will the wind affect you?
Ya, untuk angin di Mandalika sangat kencang, tetapi saya punya strategi untuk bisa nabrak angin itu. Semoga di race 1 ini strategi yang saya persiapkan dari EP1, EP2 dan KTT Superpole bisa membuahkan hasil. Terima kasih. Minta doanya untuk saya. Semoga Allah izinkan.
So he's saying that the wind is going to be a big effect, and his strategy is he planned it from FP1, FP2, and then also for the race. So he's hoping that the strategy will happen and the tactic will happen for the race, and he'll get the best result. And he wants everyone at home to pray for him for a good result. Thank you so much, Dimas. Good luck to you. And now we're going to head to P4 to the top Honda on the grid. It's Aditya Fauzi with that iconic oversized Honda cap. So Aditya, you have a lot of good memories here in Mandalika, but the challenge right now in over here is going to be different. There's wind, there's a big battle that's going to happen. What is the tactic over here?
Ya, di ronde ini tantangannya melawan diri sendiri. Pokoknya tetap gaspol.
So he says he's going to push himself and full gas all the way. So thank you so much, Aditya. Love the cap. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thanks very much. Yes, Aditya, short and sweet. Aditya has not had a win so far this season. Gosh, that's a fabulous shot, isn't it? I promise you we're here working, ladies and gentlemen, those watching at home. You need not be jealous. We are in a commentary booth here. We're not enjoying the sunshine.
No, not yet.
Not yet, anyway. It's a big, big grid, though. 32 starters, Barry. And the wind was an interesting comment that we're not really seeing it here, but you go down that back straight out towards the ocean, and the wind is a factor, particularly for these 130cc's.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, from from turn 4 through to as far as turn 10, they're really going to feel that wind.
As we just go down the grid, Gupita Krishna qualified in P5, a former champion. Why Ajit Trilaksana had an accident this morning. Dimas Juliat Moko's had a brilliant weekend. But his teammate from Race Tech 60 came off in qualifying in the Superpole, which I can't recall seeing before.
No, he had a crash on the exit to the final turn 17. And then he remounted, continued, and then fell off 2 corners later. And what we saw when he fell off the second time, that the left side of the tyre had some oil on it. So there was a local oil leak. It didn't get onto the track, but it did finish Wayuaji Trilaksana's attempt at getting further up the grid. So he starts 10th today.
The man to look out for, bike 143, Husni Zainal. He is looking for something that's not been done in Underbone history at all in the Asia Road Racing Championships. 5 wins in a row. We've seen 5 podiums in a row. We've never seen 5 wins in a row in this category. So let's see if 143 can make a little bit of history, but it's a very, very congested grid. To get 2 wins in a row is impressive in this kind of field.
Yeah,
to get 5 barriers, just unthinkable.
He's pretty much in the centre of the picture there, and he's looking very fidgety, isn't he?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's normally pretty cool and calm and collected, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he talks about the flow and all of this, but yeah, maybe a little bit twitchy this weekend.
So the scream as they, right in front of our commentary position, head out on the formation lap. This will take us the full formation lap to talk you through the starting grid, so let's get on with it pretty quickly. Dimas Moko will be the man who is on pole position for Race Tech 60 Racing, alongside Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, and the ever-present Malaysian Ahmed Fazrul Sham of Cardinals Factory Racing Team.
On row 2, we've got the fastest Honda by far. We're in the capable hands of Aditya Fauzi. Next to him, Gupta Krishna Wardana, and very quick wildcard, An Riswanto.
Daniel Damar, who's on the Yamaha LFN HB 969 team, alongside another wildcard, Shirat Shauki from the GG Galak Racing Team, alongside the best of the Filipinos, John Emerson and Gito.
Yeah, 2 times champion, Wayu Aji starts in 10th. Next to him is the record-breaking Husni Zainal Fauzi, and Akid Aziz, 3rd in this championship, starts next to him.
Yeah, did not finish the second race in Motegi. Agir Farrell on the Yamaha, alongside Ahmad Afif Amram for Pittsbike Superfast JRT Racing, and Hendra Rosadi for the Wazaka Race Tech Racing Team.
Ardev Arshad for Uma Racing starts 16th, alongside Hafiz Faril Rashidan for 4S1 Evo. Pirapong Lui Bin Peng, sole Thai rider in this championship, starts 18th.
Team 1 for all. Wawan Wello, welcome back to the RMF Trans Racing rider. Good to see you back on the Underbone 150s. Mohamed Fabriancha, the second Team 1 for all racer, the Indonesian, alongside Shamal Amshar Effendi, the second Cardinals Factory Racing rider.
Starting 22nd is Jordan Bardaru. Next to him, NJ Sobratoda, the Filipino rider. And outside of him, 2023 champion Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin.
Long way down, Nazrul Izzat. Badli Ayatullah Masarong for Mesto SCK Honda Racing from Indonesia in 25. Ahmad Darwisi for Estremo Uzi Asia in 26. April King Moscato from Philippines for Uma Racing in P27.
On row 10, starting 28th, is Kiki Sudirman Manarung for JPNW. Cheryl Shazras, also on Honda, starts 29th. Hafizi Supat starts on the Vosges.
Zato Fernando came a cropper in practice, I think in practice 3 yesterday. And Tenko Emerald Hafarudin for the Vosges Formosa team is in P32. So it's a busy old grid. Some good racers a long way down there, weren't there?
Yeah, mechanical issues for Nazrul, you noted as we went through the order that he was down in 24th.
Charles Sarzas as well, also a long way down.
Yeah, the only Honda really looking competitive is that of Aditya Fauzi. We first saw him here back in 2023 as a sensational wild card. He finished 2nd on that occasion in race 2, and he was one of the stars of 2024.
8 laps of the circuit. Race number 7 of 12 of the season. It's going to take a long time for everybody to get in. Final racer is in his marks. And we await go. Again, a long hold, and in the pits, Nazrul Izzat. Long hold, and Dimas Juliat Moko was off to a slow start. The man in the middle, the championship leader, off to a reasonable start, but Nazrul Izzat is the problem. Ahmad Fazrul Sham getting off to a nice start, but it's the Race Tech bikes who are in 1 and 2. If you can work out who's 1 and 2, and a glum looking Nazrul Izzat.
More mechanical misery for the 2023 champion. That's rotten luck. Absolutely rotten luck. Dicho.
We've got our first
down
casualties.
Goes. That's April King Moscato on the 43. I couldn't make out the other bike.
Whoa. April King Moscato and Shamil Amsha Effendi, they're the two who've gone down. That is going to be a problem when it's so congested. One mistake, you're going to take somebody else out.
Yeah, Dimas recovered from that poor start. He's up there.
Afi Famran is in the leading group. Wayuaji Trilaksana. Well, the two race tech in the lime green are easy to pick out.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam, this is a real make or break race for the defending champion.
Yeah, he had a DNF and he's had 2 DNSs so far this year. And as you say, with Husni Zainal bike 143, leading by 70 points in the championship. On board John Emerson Anguito, right in the middle of the pack to make things interesting for us.
And Fifan Ran, who had a crash on his outlap in qualifying 2, hasn't let that hold him back. He is in the lead currently.
This is a corner that could get very, very congested. You're just trying to get yourself into a prime position to get a drive out to sweep into the left-hander to take us into the home straight for the very first time. First lap of 8, and it's Ahmad Afi Famran who has the lead from Dimas Juliat Moko, who recovered from a less than stellar start. And Dimas Juli actually looks to take the lead, 183. Tell you what, I've enjoyed the work of Arne Rizwanto. The Trans Racing bike looks to be in good nick.
Yeah, it is very, very much so, and strong in practice yesterday as well. Good to see Wayuaji up in that leading group, but game over here for, who's that?
2:57, that's Jordan Badaru. I think he's, well, his race is over early, so a couple of casualties, 3 already. April King Moscato, Shamil, Nazrul Izzat didn't even get going, and Jordan didn't finish the first lap. Nazrul Izzat is at least on the circuit, but he's a long, long way down. But try to get some info ahead of tomorrow's race number 2. Don't waste the weekend.
Yeah, the master, Wayuaji Trilaksana, takes the lead. He goes ahead of Afi.
Wayuaji, a 2-time champion. He's the leader of the Race Tech 60 team. And John Emerson Anguito shows us just how scary it can be on board. John Emerson is, as I say, right in the middle of the pack. He's in P4 at the moment. Husni has just eased himself into P3. Husni going for a 5th straight win, unprecedented. They come round this very, very dicey turn 16. It's a long, long right-hander, so easy to get caught up in traffic. But they'll come through over the start-finish line at the end of lap number 2. And the man in the lead is Hafiz Farrell. Husni Zainal nicely tucked in into P2.
Nice exit there from Aditya Fauzi, who slipstreamed his Honda into the lead. Bit of contact there between, I think that was Wayuaji and Fahmi Bassam. No hard feelings. There's this many bikes on track. That is pretty much inevitable.
Of course. Even on a flowing track like this, but as you can see, you're constantly having to work your body, get in position as you zigzag your way up towards the coast. The Indian Ocean beckons, and then you've got to turn right back down over the other side, and this is where the wind is at its most perilous for these races.
Yeah, you can even see a little bit of movement from time to time on the camera from that breeze, which does gust up above the 14 kilometers an hour. It's officially blowing at.
Maggia Farrell is making a move on the Yamaha. Farrell is a bike 229.
Yeah, he comes recommended as well. On for Yamaha LFN HP 969.
Kwame Bassam with the fastest lap so far. Now this is building up, you know this is going to get chaotic. These Underbone races are so often decided coming into the final corner. And well, the penultimate corner here. This is where all the action is going to be in 5 laps time. Lap number 3 at the moment.
Certainly ways through, but this is impressive work by Adimitsu Fauzi. Going with him there is a wild card, Badly Ayatollah Masarong.
Adimitsu leads from Badly, from wildcard Shiratsauki, from Dimas Juliet Moko, from Pharrell. Wawanwello in the mix as well. He's in P4.
Yeah, just ahead of them is a rather disconsolate looking, ahead of them on track, rather disconsolate looking Nazrul Izzat.
There's a jump start being called against bike number 61. That's Charles Chazras. So not a great day, not a great weekend so far for Charles Chazras, but Dimas Julie, he's been mighty impressive all weekend, and look at this, he's just pulling out a bit of a lead here, staying out of all the danger behind him.
Yeah, in qualifying 2 this morning, absolutely annihilated the previous qualifying lap record. Then went on, of course, to take P1 in Super Pole.
He went 3 meters out of the right line, then lost 4 places as a result.
Yeah.
183 coming through is Arn Rizwanto. Gosh, these wildcards are going to play havoc with the championship standings.
They certainly are.
And some good guys there. Rizwanto leading, Wawanwello there, we know about him. Daniel Damar, replacement rider. Argir Farrell, Hendra Rosadi, also in the top 10.
Yeah, we discovered so many of these top riders now, like Husni Zainal, he was a wild card last year. Adimitsu Fauzi in the year before him. Wawanwello originally came to ARC as a wild card.
Yeah, they're doing good things on the Underbone circuit. On the smaller makes in Indonesia. A couple of championships ongoing. At least. As we come through though, at the midway point, Dimas Juliet Moko and Racetech, his teammate.
Yeah, this is really good work from them. Husni is in there too. Perhaps he's feeling a little easier now he's back at work in the middle of this pack.
Nazrul Izzat comes through the start-finish line a long way behind to get some valuable data for his mechanics ahead of tomorrow. 3.5 laps to go. Adimitsu Fauzi, I think. Is that Adimitsu who's gone with Dimas Julie?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. You can see that pinky purple, fuchsia pink. 177. That's him.
I can only ever recall once a rider getting away from the pack in Underbone 150. Ahmed Afif ran in Buriram a few seasons ago.
Yeah.
It is almost impossible. It's like cycling. The peloton just comes in behind you and takes up the space. And look at that, Dimas Julie was in P1 and now he's caught up in the pack and is down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, realistically the only way to win an Underbone race is to just get everything right at the end.
And be in position to get everything right at the end.
Yeah, because the apparent dominance, the mathematical dominance of Husni Zainal Fauzi, it's not been that he's won every race by a mile, he's won every race by a few thousands.
Indeed, indeed. Cumulative, probably 3 seconds for all of his wins so far this year. 183 leading the way, Andres Wanto on the Honda Supra. Looking good, Wayu Aji's there. Where is Husni? He's in 8th at the moment, bike 143. Ahmed Afif Amran also in that group. Akid Aziz hasn't shown yet. Akid, the top Malaysian, is in P3 in the championship.
Kwame Bassam looks to take his turn at the front as they start this lap. There he is, the number 222, defending champion. And his plan, the only plan that he can go is that he's going to win, and he's going to just keep his fingers crossed that Husni has a bad race.
Yeah, you've just got to claw your way back bit by bit. 70 points seems an awful lot, but you get a couple of P1s and Husney gets P9s or 10s, and you soon break into that healthy lead. You've got to get the P1s and the P2s. Rizwanto is the man just behind number 60, Waiwaji Trilaksana.
And it's more than past time for a mention for Fazrul, the number 11 for Cardinals. He's buried in that front group there somewhere.
I would say he's the one in the sky blue, but there's so much colour in there, it's almost impossible to find the blue in that riot of colour. Husni Zainal is the man who's just edged into the lead and lost it temporarily. But Husni Zainal's the one to look out for. Bike 143 on the Zir LFN HB 9619. Chasing history, chasing Underbone history.
Oh, Aditya Fauzi went really wide then. Somehow found his way around the outside and made up a couple of places.
Waiwaji Trilaksana's the man who's at the 3/4 mark, will be in the lead. Waiwaji Trilaksana leads, Aditya Fauzi second.
That was a rehearsal by Husni for the final lap.
I think you're right. Maybe he'll have another look once again. Where did he finish on that? Husni was in P2. Yeah, there's confirmation of the jump start for Charles Shazras.
I assume you're doing the long lap penalty again, as we did at Motegi, rather than the ride through pit lane.
It doesn't affect the top of the championship standings.
This Farrell doing a really good job as well, close to the front.
Two Race Tech racers race by in P1 and P2 at the moment. A little bit of protection, strength in numbers.
Superb work by the Race Tech 60 team, owned and managed of course by Waiwaji Trilaksana. It's one of the JRT Pitspike slotting in behind him, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Ahmadafi Famran, or was it Akid? Akid's made his first move, yeah. Bike 13 is Akid.
Keeping a low profile, but third in the championship.
Important to respond to the crashes that took out so many at Motegi in the second race.
This is really good work by Husni. Seemed to have shaken off the jitters.
That was an Ngito in P7. That was Andre Zwanto's backside we saw there. As we are, I believe, on the final lap. So our graphic says 3 laps to go. I do believe we're on the final lap. And leading the way was Ahmadafi Famran. He's got himself in a perfect position. Time your ride to perfection. Has he done exactly that? Look at that, he's got himself half a second lead. As Ahmadafi Famran.
Without too many fast straights or slipstreaming opportunities there, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
The wind will buffet him on that long out, and there it is. He's unable to hold on as they spread out over this wideish circuit. Ahmadafi Famran is actually swallowed up immediately.
Bassam there, close to the front. Oh, and down goes. That's Aditya Fauzi is one of them.
Aditya's one. It wasn't Husni. Husni was the man who's in the lead. It really impacts Aditya Fauzi. Turn 10. Takes another victim. Husni 143 is in that group. Dimash Juliet Moko in there as well. It is the final lap and they're accelerating away.
Oh, coming very close to the green then. But beautifully timed again from the runaway championship leader. What can he do? He's got Fahmi Bassam there with him too.
Right, it is down to this turn 16. Husni Zainal Fauzi looking for a little bit of history. Is he able to hold on? Oh, he's been caught on the inside and the switchback is on. And now it's the race to the line. And the race to the line sees Dimas Juliet Moko just pipping Husni by 800ths of a second. Fahmi Bassam third. Wayu Aji Chilaksan and Ahmed Afi Famram. So the run ends, but my word, another P2. But celebrations for Dimas Julie.
Absolute jubilation for Dimas Julie and his teammate and his boss, Wayu Aji, into P4. Wonderful race for the Race Tech 60 team. They were there at the front all the way through, and a really good race from Husni Zainal Fauzi. His record now is 5 wins, 1 second, 1 fourth. And Fahmi Bassam, who was hoping against all hope to finish ahead of Husni, has not. But he will mount the podium with him. Dimas Julie at Moko, absolutely delighted.
As well he should be. That's some scalp he's taken, and he did it on the final corner. Round 16, it did look as though Husni Zainal Fauzi was in prime position, but Dimas Julie got the right position turning into the home straight, and well, he's thrilled to bits.
Yeah, so the regular riders managed to fill the top 5 places. Fifan Ran coming in 5th there.
Akid Aziz, I didn't count him down. Andre Zwanto was one of the ones who was taken out in that later last lap crash. Akid Aziz, just 1 point for Akid Aziz. Gosh, that's a really tough couple of races for him. But your winner, Dimas Juliet Moko, a first win of the season, a second podium. And he's coming into form, coming into the second half of the season. Husni Zainal, though, will increase his lead at the top. Second place here, 800ths down on the winner, Dimas Julie. Fahmi Bassam of a Yamaha LFN in P3, 1/10 down. Wayu Aji Chilaksan, a 1 and 4 for Race Tech, 7/10ths down. Ahmed Afi Famram, the best of the Malaysians, in P5 for Pit Spike. Daniel Damar for Yamaha LFN in P6. Gupita Kreshna, gosh, the old experienced campaigners, 1.1 second down in 7. And another wildcard, Shirat Sauki from GG Galak Racing, is in P8, 1.17 seconds down. John Emerson and Gito, best of the Filipinos for the Evo Yamaha Racing team. Kiki Suderman for the SND Factory Racing team in 10. Agia Farrell for Yamaha LFM. Injay Sobratodo for Uma Racing. Peter Ponglo Boympeng, always glad to see the ties get in just for you, Barry. Team 1 for all in P13. Wawan Wello, we welcome him back, but just 2 points for Wawan on his return. And Akid Aziz, well, it's a point. You never know, it could be crucial. But at the moment, he won't be too thrilled. Masato Fernando in 16, out of the points. Darwisi, Ferbrianza, Adi Barshad, Charles Shazras, 2.8 seconds down. Badly Ayatollah and Hendra Uzadi, all out of the points. But Fernando, that's a good recovery after his practice laps yesterday. Ahmad Fajl Sam, 23rd. Aditya Fauzi crashed out. Got up on his bike to finish 24th. Hafiz Farrell, Afiji Supar, Tenkel Amrul in 27th. Andre Zwanto did not complete the race. Neither did Nazrul Izzat. Neither did Jordan Badaro, Shamil Amshar, or April King Moscado. Let's have a look how close it was at the finish. Barry, talk us through the end.
So we had those Race Tech 60 boys were there. You thought it's just after this, but before, as they were coming through turn 17, it looked as though Husni was about to execute another plan, but you can see there he couldn't quite get the drive to the line. And Fahmi Bassam limits the damage to slipping a further 4 points behind. It could have been worse.
Could have been worse. There's an indication of the wind that we're talking about. I mean, it's beautiful when the palm trees are blowing, but it still makes a difference. You don't like that coming into your face as you're going up that back squiggle. Well, lots of celebrations going on though.
Yeah, raucous celebrations going on, especially for the Zaya LFN team. They will feel relieved to have done that. We're ready to go to Daniel, who's with our race winner.
Dimas, it's a perfect weekend. Friday was good, this morning was good, and in the race it was a masterclass from you. Tell us about this weekend.
Alhamdulillah saya sangat bersyukur sekali berada di podium pertama. Saya sangat terharu karena saya pertama kali juara 1 di Asia. Alhamdulillah dari perjuangan saya dari seri 1, seri 2, seri 3, alhamdulillah mendapatkan hasil terbaik. Saya sangat berterima kasih kepada mekanik, tim, kru, istri saya dan anak saya yang udah support datang ke sini. Orang tua saya, terutama untuk ayah yang kasih saya balap. Alhamdulillah, Dimas nomor 1 ayah. Tetap semangat.
So he's saying he's grateful for the result that he got for his first win in the ARC Championship. From round 1 to round 3, good results, and here finally he made it on the podium. Big thank you to the team, big thank you to his family at home, his wife, and a message to his father that he's won this race. Congratulations.
Wow. Emotions.
Yeah, just tumbled out at the end. He couldn't hold it back. Absolutely record-breaking day.
Really competitive Underbone 150cc race. Race number 7 of 12 of the season at the Asia Road Racing Championships. All eyes are upon Husni Zainal Fawzi, bike 143, to see if he could get away to a 5th win. Nazrul Isab Bahudem, former champion, was left in the pits, and an early incident saw 2 riders out, including April King Moscato. But then, Barry Russell, it became the Lime Green boys, the Racetech boys, who really dominated this race in many ways.
Yeah, they really did keep their position on the track all the way through, from race 1 from lap 1 right through to the end. Husni Zainal, though, seemed to shake off those early signs of nerves to keep himself in the mix as well. This is great work from Idemitsu Fawzi all the way through as well.
Idemitsu Fawzi in one of the lime green racing suits. Dimas Juliet Moko was there as well. Jonas Emerson Agito gave us some insights as to how competitive and congested it was. We knew it would come down to the final couple of corners, but we didn't quite realise how dramatic it would be, Barry, as a couple of big names were taken out coming into the final corners.
Yeah, we saw Afi Van Rand trying to make a break. He couldn't. Those Racetech 60s were there. Our cameraman, John Emerson Ngito, was there. Great choice of cameraman, by the way. And down went Adichie after that brilliant ride. Out of contention, but very much in contention. Championship leader Husni Zainal Fawzi, Afi Van Ram, the Racetech 60 boys. This was such a tense final lap. That's Husni at the front as they go through turn 16.
Husni's favourite there. Husni looks like he's got control of the track and then is undercut. And look, Dimas Julie knows there he's already got it. He's not quite celebrating, but now he is. And so are they. Dimas Juliet Moko from Racetech 60 get the better of Husni Zainal. Terrific race.
Yeah, the vigour of those celebrations from the Zaya LFN team, well, because their man did manage to get them into P2.
Well, Fahmi Bassam, you know, he's come 3rd in that, and he's still lost some ground in the championship standings to this fella. Gosh, even though it's not a win, he didn't make it 5 in a row. It's now 6 podiums in 7 races.
Dan juara kita dari Racetech 60 Racing adalah Dimas Juliet Moko. And the best team for
Did you win, sir?
The tears have given way to jubilation for Dimas Julie.
Dan tentu saja tim juara kita adalah Racetech 60 Racing.
The Racetech 60 team will get the team
Ladies and
award.
gentlemen, please
And
rise
there's
for
going
the
to be
national
quite an
anthem
emotional
of
rendition of
Indonesia.
Indonesia Raya.
Kita berikan semangat kita dengan lagu kebangsaan
to the airwaves.
Indonesia Raya.
now to present the winners' trophies, will I invite Stefan Maki-Karpian, FIM Asia President, to
Indonesia
the
1, 2, 3.
Selaku Ketua Umum dari FIM Asia, Mr. Stefan
Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President,
from Indonesia, Fami
will be handing out the awards to the top three. And their consistency, Barry, in such a competitive field, with so many good competitors, particularly from Malaysia. But it's the Indonesians frequently up at the top of the pile. Normally Husni Zainal, sometimes Fahmi Bassam. But today, a new name. First time this season, Dimas Juli Atmoko.
We've seen him quick. He's been a great qualifier for third season in this championship. And 2023, I remember well, he was on pole position in Buri Ram. But now he has got the hang of winning races.
Eddie Saputra, Deputy Chairman of Motorcycle Sport, Ikatan Motor Indonesia, the IMI, to hand out the team award. Again, all the supporters of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, the support of organisations and sponsors, totally appreciated. Racetech 60 Racing getting their moment in the spotlight.
Lagi kita boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah hadirin sekalian kepada para juara-juara Underbone.
And hopefully some good headlines for Indonesia across social media and mainstream media in the papers tomorrow. Okay, what does that mean to the championship? Well, Husni Zainal increases his lead to 74 points. Fahmi Bassam picked up P3 here and still lost ground. Dimas Juliat Moko, he puts himself in genuine contention for P2 overall. Leapfrogs Ahmad Afif Amran and Akid Aziz, who did not finish and a 1 point has dropped off the pace. Aditya Fauzi crashed out. He's on 54. Gupita Krishna on 52. Wayu Ajit Trilaksana, he picked up double digits today to move on to 47 points, but it's a massive lead for Husni Zainal Fauzi in the championship standing. Looking good for Zir LFN HB 9619. Okay, after the chaos of the Underbone 150s, we move to the chaos of the AP 250s coming up after the break. The breeze is still there, the beauty of Mandalika is still there. The racing will be as competitive as ever. Don't go too far away. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. Back in 2 minutes.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
The quarter-liter class is famous for slipstreaming and nail-biting battles. Critipat will look to keep the winning momentum going, while RB, fresh from a Moto3 wildcard, needs to finish strong here in Astra Honda's backyard. Let's not forget the two new contenders for the title, the rookie Murabil Vitoni for LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team and the privateer with Victor Racing, Izam Iqmal. They might have a say in this after all. The title fight is far from finished. Every point counts from here. The pressure is on.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, prepping things ahead of the AP 250cc. He picked out Fadila Arbi there, Barry Russell, as one of the riders to watch. Fadila leading the championship by 21 points. But Kritipat, you're based in Thailand and you're aware of the work that Kritipat has put in. He is probably the man in form.
Yeah, he's the star everybody's talking about in Thailand these days, as the next one to perhaps go through to World Championship and achieve great things. He's certainly showing plenty here.
Okay, qualifying took place earlier on today. You were in the commentary booth alongside Daniel. Let's have a look at the best of qualification.
Yeah, this was a cracking session with all sorts of surprises coming throughout this point. 1/3 distance. It was Arbi Aditama who was leading the way. He took quite a long pit stop, and shout out for the number 16 there that just went through. That was Irfan Ardiansha for SCK, who performed really well all the way through yesterday, all the way through qualifying. As we will see, Galang Hendra, the number 56 there on that familiar looking Yamaha. And this is a good circuit for the Kawasaki's. The 108 of Andy Fadley and the 37 of Aiki Yoshi. Back there with the BAP Yamalu of Galang Hendra, and he was being chased there by Daniel Shami. At this point Galang was second, Irfan was third. Irfan would slip down to 11th as we started to get to the business end, the last 8 or 9 minutes of this session, and Arbi knew he had to come out and do something. Arbi running with 2 rev cuts owing to his dominance in the championship and his advantage in the standings over the riders further down. But watch what happens with Murabil Vitoni, because on that occasion he absolutely obliterated the lap record by 1.3 seconds for qualifying to take pole position. And it was Daniel Shami that will join him on the grid.
Murabil Vitoni, fantastic performance. This is the circuit that he obliterated the record on, despite the windy conditions, although the wind seems to have picked up a little bit this afternoon, which might have helped him this morning, but even so, he was in scintillating form. Thank you for talking us through the qualification. Barry is involved in the Facebook coverage of all the qualification and the practice sessions on the Friday, Saturday, and tomorrow in the warm-up sessions alongside Daniel Bogas.
Look at this beautiful flowing circuit. 11 right turns, 6 left turns. The last left turn being turn 17. And Daniel is on that very crowded grid.
So there's a nice breeze on the grid, but it's still quite warm. But what I'm excited to see is Murabil Vitoni, the rookie on pole. His team boss there, Haji Putra, right by his side, and we're gonna let Murabil have his moment real quick, and then now we're gonna intercept him. So Murabil, you had a huge weekend for you. You're starting from pole. Is there any pressure now that you're here? And also, what's the tactic for this race?
Ya, alhamdulillah di kualifikasi saya bisa mendapatkan time yang menurut saya bagus, dan untuk race kali ini bismillah semoga ada rezekinya. Pokoknya main santai dan tenang, pokoknya memberi yang terbaik lah buat tim.
So he's saying he was happy that he managed to get a good result in qualifying, and for the race he just wants to stay calm and relax and hopefully get the best result for him and the team. Good luck to you guys. And now we're going to go next to Mobile, and it's Daniel Shami who has pulled in a fantastic performance. Daniel, you came into this championship with the bike still being developed, and now we arrive at round 4 and you're on the front row of the grid. Tell us what's different this time.
Okay, for sure, first I want to say Alhamdulillah because we start from front row for the first time in AP250, and then we already find some setup, and then not too much good, but we there. And then this also my favorite list in my favorite track also. Sure. In the race, I will try the most strong I can give.
So you say it's your favorite track, but I think this track is quite tricky with all the flows and especially the wind now. What is going to be the biggest factor for a race win here?
For sure, I think the difficult about to enter the corner. Sometimes the wind come like super strong, but in the race I just keep watching in the group, and then I will attack in the last part of the race.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to go to Fadila Arbi, who is, of course, our championship leader and starting from P3 despite a double rev cut. So, Arbi, 2 rounds in Moto3, you come back here. It's a new challenge for you. An RPM cut. What has been the difficulty here in Mandalika?
I mean, here is quite a fast track and also high RPM. That is a little bit difficult, but I try my best to be on the top.
Right. So the pace has gotten higher in AP250 in Mandalika recently. What is going to be the biggest challenge for you in this one?
I mean, all the competitors are quite high at the moment now, so it's the biggest challenge for me. So I need to beat all them.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to it. Good luck. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
A lot of discussion there about the rev cuts, which affects Fadila. Just to explain a little bit that just to try to equalize things, the organizers put in certain limitations on those who have too much success early on in the season, Barry.
Yeah, it's when the rider gets more than 50 points ahead of the first rider gets more than 50 points ahead of the one in 5th. And that's what's earned him the second rev cut. Kritapat also running with a rev cut. And in championship terms, Fadila Arbi Aditama starts on 104, 21 behind him is Kritapat. And just interesting on those two that Arbi had the momentum in the first 3 races, and the momentum has shifted a little bit to Kritapat. But here, and as Daniel said in his introduction, these 2 rookies, Murabel and Izam, are really exciting and making a real challenge at the front for the championship. They're both in contention. Galang Hendra on the grid this time too, we were just looking at.
And then alongside Irfan Ardiansa. I always think black racing suit looks a little bit sinister.
There is a sinister side to Irfan. I absolutely love this side of him. He's such a great competitor, and it's fantastic to see him for SCK so far up on the grid.
Had a miserable time in Motegi, did not finish race number 1, 0 points in race 2. Irfan Ardiansa on the Honda. Best of the Kawasaki's, and the Kawasaki's haven't really been competitive this season thus far. They'll be hoping for things to improve. I saw Andy Mohammed Fadli was at least showing a little glimpse of form in practice earlier on this weekend.
Yeah, without the hard braking, with all that extra weight, and without too many really slow starts out of the corners, this is a better circuit for the Kawasaki's. Let's see what they can do.
Okay, formation lap. Again, it's a busy old grid, 30 riders. Fantastic to get this kind of involvement. And a lap time, a record lap time set in qualification by Murabel Vitoni, who was 3rd in the championship standings. He's on pole, left of your screen as we follow the drone shot as they go down that long straight. And we'll talk you through the 30 starters in order. First row of the grid, Murabel Vitoni, Yamaha LFN alongside Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha Asia, and Fadila Arbi, the championship leader for Astra Honda Racing in P3.
And on row 2 for TI Antares Racing Team, Reach Takahira is up there again, Galang Hendra Pratimar next to him. And Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWN-SCK alongside of him.
Informed man Kritipat for Yamaha Thailand Racing in P7, bike 39. Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, bike 88 in P8. And Mohammed Fadli, the fastest of the Kawasaki's. Great to see him on the third row of the grid.
And the exciting is Mikmal for Victor Racing. Already won a race this season. He starts 10th. Next to him, Irfan Haikal. He was on pole this time last year. And the second of the Kawasaki's with Aiki Oshi starts 12th.
The exciting Cardinals Factory Racing man, Faris Putra Fadil, is on P13, bike 31. Chao Vietnam, we've not really spoken about him this year, but the Vietnamese in P14. Johans Mbeo on the Yamaha AMS Cardlos RRS team, bike 222 is in P15.
And a very warm welcome back to former champion Gary Salim. He starts 16th. Next to him, Kevin Kintal for Idemitsu Honda Racing India, and Gao Jiang for Team One for All starts 18th.
Avino Britano, the Indonesian, for Astra Honda Racing in P19, alongside Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, and Aldiaz Axal for Yamaha BAF Yamalube, the Indonesian, wears bike 69.
On row 8, qualifying 22nd, Shunshin Zhang for TY Antares. Next to him, Fadil Al-Ghassani Priyadi, and Alfred Jacob Saplayo starts 24th for SDG.
Johan Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India is in P25, ahead of Nguyen Ton Ampur for Estremo User Asia. And Jazil Jaraimi from Singapore, Team ACR, bike 68 is in P27.
And finishing off, we have got Liu Guang Yuan and two riders beside him that are on the next page.
Oh, problem for Fadil Al-Ghassani. Last thing you want on the chain. Coming in late, bike 44.
Yeah, that is
Rich Takahira.
Threatening a podium. The Japanese rider for the Chinese team.
He's due one, you suspect. 10 laps of the circuit, AP 250. We are ready to go. The red lights are off, and we are underway for a fast start for Murabil Bitoni. Record-setting qualification, and off to a flyer, neat and tidy for bike 157. Yamaha looking good, but coming inside is Rich Takahira, but it's Murabil into the first corner, Byron Russell.
Yeah, another good start for Rich Takahiro from row 2. It's a good start for Galang as well on the number 56 Yamaha. Everybody away safely in this 30-rider field, but that was Murabil Bitoni making the most of that. Fadila Arbi coming up now to threaten his lead.
Just keeping an eye out for Izam Iqbal to see if bike number 124 was able to get off to a good start, because he was looking certainly at Sepang that he was coming into great form. Was it Mategi? No, it was Mategi got the race, wasn't it? Mategi got the first win. 93.
Yeah.
Fadila Arbi is the new race leader.
Yeah, he's got Chandra Hermawan just behind him. There's a whole gaggle of superstars there, and I think I saw Izam Iqbal in the top 5 there. Yeah, there he is, the 124, just going through to the right of your screen now for Victor Racing, so he did get away well.
Excellent, good work from Izam Iqbal in P5 at the moment. Murabil and Fadila. That's a gorgeous shot, they're coming away from the... that's not the route that you meant to take.
Well, you're not supposed to go on the green. And he managed to miss all of it, but on the wrong side.
Come round turn 16, the sharp right-hander that really does sort out so many issues, and Chandra's the man who's got himself into the lead.
Yeah,
leading the way, a bit of a procession, but they come through. Not a lot to differentiate between the top few. It's Chandra from Murabil, from Fadila, from Galang Hendra, and Irfan Ardiansha. And as you say, Izam got himself up into the top 6. Your pal, Pretty Pat, in P7.
Yeah, and this is really good work by Galang Hendra as well. He's just going to get on the inside of Murabil Bitoni as they go into turn 2, but he can't quite get there.
See the green of Vande Mohammed Fadli staying with this leading group. There's less than a second between 1 and 7. less than 2 seconds between 1 and 12.
On the straight there, I thought it was notable that RB got a really good drive out of turn 17, the final turn, and was able to take 2 places on the run down to turn 1.
Murabil was just eased out there by Chandra.
And our friend, the man in black and pink, Irfan Ardiansha, is in the mix too, currently P4.
It's Arbi. He was in Hungary last week as a wild card. Bit of a change. What's the weather like in Hungary? It was warm, but not as warm as here, I suspect.
No, it was a nice sunny weekend. And he acquitted himself very, very well.
Kawasaki and Randy Mohammed Fadley is in that little group. Easy to spot for Kawasaki.
Yeah, further down than they would have hoped.
That's a shot that shows how congested that turn 16 can be. That is such a key moment on this circuit. Lap number 2 completed, and the championship leader, Fadila Arbi Aditama, on the Honda leads the way, but not from much. It's 2/10 clear of Murabil, and Galang Hendra also up there.
Really good on the brakes once again, Reach Takahira. We've seen him at the front in several races, although he has tended to fade, so let's see if he can stay with the pace for the full race distance this time.
Pretty Pat has stayed the way. Daniel Shami hasn't really built upon the stirringly good time he put in qualification. He's in the top 10, so he's not a million miles away, but this front 6, Barry, just beginning to ease away. Includes Irfan in that, but is Pretty Pat in that group?
Yes, he's currently 6th.
7.
Oh, and Gao Jiang for Team One for All. That's his second crash of the day. He had a crash in qualifying, so he trudges out of harm's way. Unfortunate for the Chinese rider.
Hopefully he hasn't left too much debris in the middle of the circuit.
Murabil doing a really good job, started from pole. Currently very much in the mix on the LFN Yamaha in P3. Fadila Arbi doing a fantastic job with the rev cut of staying at the front. Daniel Shami just having a tussle with Irfan Ardiansha. Reach Takahira in second currently.
The Japanese, bike number 44 for TY Antares Racing Team, the privateers. Even though we're strictly neutral, there's always a little cheer when a privateer is looking to be competitive, and that's exactly what's happening here. As Rich Takahira goes through in P2 behind Fadila Arbi, the championship leader, chasing a 4th win of the season, but with the rev cuts, it's that much more difficult.
Yeah, this is impressive work by Arbi. Reach Takahira, it looks like the color, well, it is the colour scheme of a Honda, but it's actually a Yamaha for TY Antares. Robo Vitoni sitting there comfortably in 3rd.
Definitely a Yamaha. And Chandra, he's given a little knock there once again to Murabil. That's a couple of times those two have come close. Just wondering if there is a bit of history between them.
And Galang staying there as well. Izam Iqmal just easing himself into P4 or 5?
Yeah, Izam Iqmal, yellow helmet, bike 124. He's got himself ahead of Chandra, but Fadila's still the man leading the way from Murabil Vitoni. Nobody, of course, able to make a break. Switching positions, you just...
Yeah, it's a big ask to run away from this category, as it is in Underbones. Such huge fields we've got in these two categories.
Bottom end of the course, tail end of lap number 3. You have to go a long way round there. There's a Reach Takahira. That gives you a better line into the final turn, the left, and then you accelerate towards the line. It's Murabil in the lead once again from the championship leader, Arbi. And Takahira in P3 with the fastest lap so far.
Yeah, Reach Takahira got pole position in the TVS Asia 1 Make Championship here last year. So he does go very well. And as we move towards half race distance, he's hanging in there very nicely indeed. Mirabel just dropping back to P4.
Less than a second between, well, less than 3/4 of a second between 1 and 7. And Shami just trying to close that gap, not too far away, but that first gaggle of racers 1 to 11 have got away from Gary Salim and the Kawasaki of Aiki, who's the best of the Kawasaki's. And Mohammed Fadli just got ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, it's a shame that they are as far down as they are.
But it's catchable.
Yeah, it's catchable. Yeah, Aiki was second quickest in one of the free practice sessions yesterday.
1:47.1, the fastest time out on the circuit. Takehira.
No,
slapping pretty quickly. And tell you what,
yeah,
that front 7 have been caught up.
Yeah, this is a growing group at the front.
And Gaggle chasing Harvey. He's been brave, he's led from the front.
That is... It's obviously one of the Indonesian Yamahas. Couldn't quite see who that was.
Takehira and Chandra, they're the latest to challenge Arby.
Yeah, Honda, Yamaha, Yamaha, Yamaha. Yamaha, Yamaha, Yamaha. Yamaha.
I think Fadila is the man flying the flag for country and for manufacturer.
Yes, indeed.
And he's doing a fine job of it. Fadila leads the way still, bike number 93. He won in Buriram.
Oh, and down goes Vitoni. Muriel Vitoni is down. He was nudged there by Chandra. Hopefully he's all right. That was a very fast get off. And roll through the gravel.
Smacked into the gravel.
We'll take another look at that, but I don't think that was of his own doing.
Well, I was saying before, he and Chandra have had a couple of comings together.
Chandra was the other rider involved, absolutely right. Chandra is still there, chasing 88, chases 44. And they are chasing Galanghendra, and a little gap at the front has opened up for the brilliant and the opportunistic RB.
Galanghendra, 28 years of age, experienced campaigner, but just overtaken there by the more youthful Reach Takehira. Well, Arby somehow is pulling away from the rest here. Now, whether or not they were distracted by the Murrayville incident, but the gap is 0.7 of a second for Fadila Arby Aditama on the Honda. Takehira, Chandra, and behind them 56 Galanghendra are in a gaggle for P2. Nizam Iqbal, Daniel Shami and Kritipat in the battle for P5. Faris Putra's also joined that.
Yeah, Kritipat needs to find something here.
He can't race away from here, surely.
With 2 rev cuts, it's a big ask, but we already know his quality. Ooh, aggressive there from Galanghendra. Just trying to get inside Chandra, but Chandra having none of it. Reach Takehira doing a very good job there.
I'm waiting for an update on Murrayville Vitoni, because he hit the gravel pretty hard after this incident.
Let's take another look here. I think Chandra hit the rear wheel. Let Race Direction have a look at that. Murrayville's clear of the bike, so no huge danger there. I suspect shaken but not broken.
Well, we hope so. If we get an update, we'll bring you as soon as possible about Murrayville Vitoni.
There is Kritipat, the number 39 for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Well, now would be a good time to get himself involved in this battle. He's still only a second down, and they've managed to catch up. Takehiro's caught up that gap on Arbi. And behind them, 57, Daniel Shami still hanging in there. And also Faraz Putra, bike number 31 for the Cardinals team.
This is the best we've seen of Faraz and Cardinals this season. Very promising stuff. Faraz Putra qualified on pole position in the Underbone category last year.
Just 5 points accumulated for Faraz Putra so far this year, so by some distance this is best performance. And a couple of DNFs. Yeah. Still at the tail end of that group of 8, but nonetheless he's in that group of 8. Led by Ardila.
Yeah.
Ardila, sorry.
Good work at the front. You would think with a rev cut that he might have hung back, but he's immediately cut back inside on Chandra, and Kritipat is on the move, just a few bikes behind, so he's getting himself within reach now.
As is Isam Iqbal, privateer for Victor Racing in P5, bike 124. It's building up nicely, this. It was 30, now it's down to 8, and all the while chasing Fadila Arbi Aditama from Astra Honda Racing Team, bike number 93.
Yeah, nothing to choose between these, but Fadila really impressing here. And Kritipat threatening Daniel Shami. Kritipat 39, Daniel 57.
Daniel Shami up to P4 with the fastest lap time so far.
That is for Uma Racing, the first time we've seen Uma Racing in AP250s.
Daniel Shami's another who's chasing his first podium of the season. So we're seeing a couple of competitors here now getting to grips as we come into the second half of the season. Chandra is another.
Kritipat in P5 now. Just a little gap back to Isam Iqbal and Galang Hendra and Faraz Putra.
The crash on Murabul Butoni is under investigation, but the front 5 are just beginning to pull away. Isam needs to make a move. Galang Hendra has been dropped. We see that so often. Galang's so competitive for the first half of races, and then for some reason seems to get dropped. Same happening here with Isam Iqbal.
Yeah, behind them, there you can see that gap back to Galang Hendra. Galang Hendra just signalled for the 2 riders behind him to follow and not try to overtake him. But Isam Iqbal isn't listening. He's just gone through on the experienced Indonesian.
Yeah, Galland was taking that shortcut. He's done that a few times. They come round turn 16. Keep a lookout for Kritipat. Kritipat's the man in form. 2 wins in the last 3 races. 3 podiums in his last 5 races.
Yeah, he's timing things well. As we get onto the final lap, he is within just a hair's breadth of the lead.
A real showdown coming up. There is Kritipat, 39. Moves into P3 ahead of Takahira. That could be the man to keep an eye out. Chandra, bike 88, on the back of the championship leader, Fadila Arbi, on Astra Honda Racing. It's the Honda leading all the Yamahas. Will it be that at the finish?
Reach Takahira. Can he keep Kritipat at bay and get his first podium? Oh, Daniel Shami recovered back up onto that group. It's threatening as well, but what a race so far this has been for Arbi.
Well, he's led virtually the whole way. He's certainly been in the leading group all the way. Yeah. Kritipat makes a move once again inside Takahira. He's in P3. It's Chandra who's in P2, but it's Fadila Arbi still leading the way and pulling away as Takahira! Oh. Not only Takahira, 2 are tumbled out. Big moment. That makes life easier. Takahira is out. That's number 1. means Fadila Arbi is able to move forward.
Red mist, I think, there for Riichi Takahira. Unfortunate for him as we get to the closing stages here, Des.
Indeed it is, and look at this. Fadila Arbi is able to move in ahead of Kritipat. Kritipat is pushed wide. Fadila Arbi coming in for win number 4 of the season. Rev cut or not, Fadila Arbi Aditama takes the victory in race number 1. In P2, just behind him, was that 57?
Yeah, it's Daniel Sharmi.
Daniel Sharmi comes through to take P2 ahead of Kritipat. Oh, but real drama right at the end. Galang Hendra P4, Faraz Putra comes in P5.
And that is a long line of Yamahas that Fadila has beaten. Absolute delight there for Daniel Sharmi. Finishing second, he dropped back earlier, so he worked really hard in that race to get himself back on terms, and he converted it into a P2. First podium for him, and in this category for Uma Racing, congratulations to them.
But that last lap, the crash, Chandra taken out.
Yeah. Oh. We'll have another look at that, I'm sure, but Riichi Takahira desperate to get a podium. Just got a little too heated.
There was just nowhere to go, but by that time Fadila Arbi, who'd been in the lead for much of this race, now he's acknowledging, well, his rivals.
Chandra's going to come under, he's going to get some attention for 2 incidents in that race.
I think Chandra was the innocent party, certainly in the second incident. Yeah, on the official timing, we're saying bike number 88 involved in a couple of incidents. But there's your result. Fadila Arbi Aditama, 4th win of the season out of 7. 7/10 clear of Daniel Sharmi, first podium for him. Kritipat just edged out on the last corner. Galang Hendra up in the points. Faraz Putra for the first time in double digits on 11 points. Isam Ikmal, another good day for Victor Racing Team. He's in P6. Irfan Ardiancia, the man in black for the SCK Honda Racing Team, in P7. And Davino Brittani, the second Astra Honda Racing. Iyoshi wins the Battle of the Kawasaki's ahead of Andy Mohammed Fadli. Just 300s between them. That was a bit of fun. Gary Salem, welcome back for MS Glow for Men Racing Team. Bike 99 in 11. Aldiaz Axal on bike 69 in 12. Chao Vietnam, a quiet day for the Vietnamese in P13. Van Heikel for SCK Honda in 14. And Hu Tri on the second Honda Racing Vietnam, picking up a single point. Johan Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India out of the points, as is Sun Cheng from TY Antares. Jazil Jaraimi, good performance for the Singaporean to get up into P18. Got to the better of Johan Zambeo ahead of Leong Nangtse for Victor Racing. The Hong Kong racer got the better of China's Guan Guan. Chandra, well, he crashed out on the very last lap, as did Riichi Takahira. Murabel Vitoni was taken out in an incident 5 laps from home. Kevin Quintal also didn't finish the race, neither did Musyavi. Ton Ampu, Sablaya 7 laps down. Gao Jiang, we saw him crash out very early on for Team One for All, 2 laps into this race. Whew. Good race, but always drama on the last lap. Fadil Alde Ghazani didn't even get off the start line.
A little bit too much drama, perhaps, at the end there for Chandra and Riichi Takahira. And of course, just before that for Murabel Vitoni, whose perfect day got away from him.
But Fadila, he was never out of the front 3. He was always competing. Really impressive performance. Started 3rd, so 3rd fastest in qualifying. Wins the race. Win number 4 of the season, but what went on behind him? That will be the subject of a lot of discussion, conversation, and analysis.
Yeah, definitely had the best seat in the house, out in front of the drama behind him, the drama and the danger.
Okay, I think we can go down to Daniel Bogas, who's going to get some post-race reaction for this victory for Fadila Arbi Aditama in the AP 250.
Kritippat, first of all, congratulations to you for finishing on the podium, but you were on the limit on that last lap. I thought you lost the front, but you managed to save it. Tell us about this race, because it was intense.
Yeah, for the Mandalika circuit, first time for me, and then first time with R3 bike, and then this round, my bike is FIM class, my bike is 200 RPM limit, but I try to keep my best, and then I try to push, and then I try to use everything my skill. Yeah, I want to say thank you to my team Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, and then my sponsor, and then my family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kritippat. Brilliant race, congratulations. And in second place for the AP 250 for the first time this season, Daniel Shami. Daniel Shami, you were confident on the grid, and we thought it was going to take one season for you guys to get it correctly, but we come into round 4, you're on the podium, and it was a bit of fortune as well. Kritippat nearly lost it. Tell us about this race, because it couldn't have been easy.
Wah, firstly I just want to say syukur Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih ya Allah bagi rezeki ni. Jadi dekat race tadi was difficult from beginning. Then I start to manage the tire to stay in the group. But suddenly I see like some rider crash, and I say, this like less people like to fight in the group, and then I just give my all best. I hope also I finish in the podium, and then finally I finish in P2. And I just want to say thank you so much to my team, their hard work, and then thank you so much to all my sponsors, especially my family and all the Malaysian guy always support me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Big congratulations to you. And race winner here in Mandalika for round 4, none other than Fadila Arbi Aditama, championship leader, and now he extends his points lead again. Arbi, it's another brilliant race from your masterclass. When you were leading, there was a gap for a moment, and then it closed back, and on that last lap, you pulled the pin. But I was looking at your tire, it looks absolutely cooked, and your bike ran out of fuel, I think. So talk us through this race.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to push very hard from the beginning, because I know I had a chance to pull a gap, and also I have a good pace. So I tried, and then I realized the wind is very strong this afternoon, and then I tried to find something else. Maybe try to manage a little bit the pace on the mid race, and then yes, of course, on the last lap, I just my pit crew tell like just go crazy, so I just go full, and then my tire, I destroy a little bit of tire, because with this bike it has super good handling, and then I can go like very fast in the mid corner, so I try to push. And syukur Alhamdulillah, thank you so much to Astra Racing Team, to all the sponsors, so the mechanic, is incredible race. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arbi. Congratulations.
Just go crazy was the instruction to Arbi. He didn't need to. He was really controlled throughout this race. The championship leader. He's in bike number 93. Got off to a decent start. There were many narratives to talk about this, but the real one is Fadila. He's in the lead from very, very early on and stayed in the top 3 throughout, Barry Russell.
Yeah, what that says to me is composure. He's got real champion composure. And as you mentioned during the race, he was P1, 2 or 3, and usually P1 all the way through.
Murabil Vitoni, bike 157, had really impressed everybody, but Murabil would be eased out there in an incident, and that's a nasty one. We're still waiting for an update, but it seems like he's okay. But that was the end of Murabil's race.
Yeah, and then we had, Arbi moving back through to the front, but Chandra Humawan was still there. He was involved in the incident with Murabil.
Chandra will be involved in another incident later on. Just behind them, the front 5 were getting away from Izam, Iqmal and co. And you thought that these were going to battle out for the podium places. Well, they did, but 5 became 3 on the final lap. Chandra and Reach Takahira, bikes 88 and 44, would have a coming together on the, well, just coming into turn 16.
Yeah, and this was a remarkable race actually from Kritapat, because he came from a long way back to put himself in touch with this group. There he is going ahead of Reach Takahira. So Takahira and Chandra together. Got Daniel Shami behind them at this point. He just flashes past as those two come together.
Nowhere for Chandra to go. Only one place for Fadila Arbi to go, and that was to take his 4th win of the season. Behind him, Daniel Shami, a fine last lap to take P2 ahead of Kritapat. And they're already on the podium as we await once again for the 4th time this season Fadila Arbi Aditama for the Astra Honda Racing Team. It really was a fine performance. No need to disguise yourself, young fella.
Yeah, I think we know that he's got some kind of superpower.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national
And
anthem
he will now
of
enjoy
Indonesia.
the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya.
Terrific performance from Fadila Arbi. With the rev limitation, it does you've just got to be much more tactically aware. Mr. Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Vice President, handing out the awards. Kritapat continues his fine form. That is now 3 podiums in the last 4 races.
This was his first trip indeed to Mandalika.
And your race winner,
Shami, a very happy man for Uma Racing Yamaha to pick up his first podium. But this is win number 4 in 7 races. Hasn't been outside the top 8. Only been outside the top 6 on one occasion. Fadila Arbi Aditama, Astra Honda Racing. Well, they've unearthed another gem. Team award to be handed out by Mr. Samsul Purba, the Vice President Director of MGPA. And it goes to Astra Honda Racing Team.
By Dr. Stan Yasuhiro and Mr. Samsul Purba to take a photo with our race winners.
One for social media, confirmation, Astra Honda taking the race. Kritapat for Yamaha Thailand in P3. Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha in P2. Thai, Malaysian and Indonesia all the way for Fadila Arbi Aditama. He takes the victory. And we'll see in just a couple of seconds, he actually increases his lead up at the top of the championship standings. And Kritapat losing that P2 on the last corner, Barry, it hurts him a little bit in the championship standings.
Another 4 points down.
Here are the championship standings. 129 points for Fadila, 30 clear of Kritapat. Izam Iqmal 10 points for him for Victor Racing Team. He's in a very creditable P3. Mobile Vitoni will be hoping that he's recovered from his bump and bruises and can get back on the bike okay tomorrow, and that the bike's okay as well. Galang Hendra, good to see him in the top 4, P5 for him. Irfan Ardianta on 59 points for SCK Honda Racing Teams in P6. Chanda Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Well, that's certainly an eventful race for Chandra. And Daniel Shami, 49 points in the first podium for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team. So last lap drama once again. We've had that in the last 2 races that we've had. I'm expecting more as well in the 2 that we've got still ahead. We've got the ASB 1000s coming up next. We've got the Supersport 600cc. Do not go away. We've got some real high-powered motor racing action coming your way. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're in Lombok at the Mandalika circuit. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time.
Third time's the charm. That's the hope for Astra Honda's Adinanta Putra as he looks to stretch his championship lead on home soil. Right behind him is Mr. Sunday Anupap Sarmoon, always dangerous on race day and just 7 points off. Kasma Daniel is chasing glory for Honglong Yamaha, but that round 1 DNF might be the difference maker. He's 29 points back. Wahyu Nugroho has bounced back in style after a tough 2024, and today it's all about closing the gap. Don't forget Helmi Asman, not many podiums this year by his standards, but when he's got there, it was a top step. The pace is clearly there. 5 contenders, 1 title. This fight is only just beginning. Game on.
Dramatic game on from Daniel Bogas. I think he's got that right as we move on to the Supersport 600cc at the FM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're in Lombok at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. 4.3 kilometers of real opportunity for the fast bikes. By Russell alongside me. He picked out 5 names to watch. The one who really impressed during qualification, Wahyu Nugroho, but Why came off having set a fast time?
Yeah, he also smashed the qualifying record and then fell off, as you said, Des. So some consolation for him. He's going to start from pole. And the other one, the rider has really taken a step up and excited us here in the commentary box, is Herjanatna Firdaus from Astra Honda.
I think we're going to see the best of qualifying. Let's have a look at this, including that why in the Groho, well, how to do it, then how not to do it.
Yeah, qualifying got underway. We were looking, as we always do, for when the green qualifying stripes are going to appear on the rear tyres, but we didn't see any for a while. Just at the lead of that group was Rocco Sessler, who had a sensational day in practice yesterday. Not so much since then. He crashed after setting a sensational time in free practice yesterday, and there could be some lingering bike issues there on the Team 1 for All Yamaha. There is Herjanatna Firdaus, who was going really well all the way through practice yesterday, all the way through qualifying today, topping the timing screen at this midway point. There is Kitsadar giving chase there to Adananta Putra. And here's Casper Daniel. His pace was a little bit up and down yesterday, but he looked quick when he really wanted to turn it on. And he made his way to the top spot as well. Good work from Kazma. Excellent work all weekend, really consistent, getting better and better all the time in his second season in Supersports is the number 89. Wayu Nugroho. Ferozi Torakatula got a toe from him in qualifying, and it worked really well to put them number 1 and 2 at this point. But there is Wayu, and that's when he just overcooked it. Nice little roll through the dirt, but he will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Kazma Daniel, and for the first time on a 600 front row, Ferozi Torakatula.
Barry talking us through the qualification as we just have a look at the conditions. It's windy, 14 kilometers per hour. Doesn't seem a lot, but the riders consistently have said, particularly going up those corners 4 through till 10, it really has been an issue. 31 degrees, it's a great day for racing, but that wind is causing a problem or two.
Yeah,
let's go and see if any of the guys down on the grid are also going to mention the wind. Daniel Bogas is down amongst that scrum. We'll go to him in just a moment. But Barry, we mentioned turns 4 till 10. That's the real problem.
Yeah, it is. That's where they really feel the wind, because we are only at that point just a couple of 100 meters from the Indian Ocean, and that is causing all kinds of problems.
And now we can go down to Daniel in the midst of that scrum. I'm looking for him there. He'll be talking to...
Behind me, the rundown to turn 1 is going to be absolutely crucial on the opening lap. It's all about who can get it first and a really good drive into the first turn and to set up for the flowy section after that. Now, quick weather update. It's about 29 degrees Celsius. Wind is at about 22 kilometers per hour, but with gusts of up to 40 kilometers per hour. So the riders are going to feel that. I'm going to have to interrupt the photo session real quick. So Wayu, it's a brilliant result. First pole position for you in this class. Is there any pressure now that you're starting from pole?
Yeah, it was very impressed that because this is my first pole ever, then in 600 class it was very interesting, and yeah, let's just do our my best and let's see what happens.
The temperatures are quite good here, but the wind, of course, is going to be a bit of a battle. Will tire wear be the biggest factor? Will it be all about management?
It's a bit difficult to explain, but it will be happen on the race, but let's see. I cannot explain.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for this one, yeah? All right. And now we're going to row 2, where we have a performer from the Astra Honda racing team, one that we expected, Herjanatna, and it's finally happened here at the Mandalika circuit. Let's have a quick chat with Herjan. So Herjan, you finally found some form on the 600s. We were waiting for this moment, and now it looks like you're getting the pace. But what is it going to take to try and fend off the Yamahas in front?
Yeah, for me, this race it was a good result with the qualify. I have nothing to lose here. This is my rookie year, and then I try my best, and we will see what I can do.
In terms of your performance, can you tell us what you found that has given you this pace now?
Not really. I found like how to use the rear tire to get more speed in the exit corner.
Thank you so much, Herjun. Good luck with this one. And now next to Herjun is one of the Munsu Hondas from Honda Racing Malaysia. We're going to chat with Sharafuddin Azman. So Damok, it was a slow start for the team on Friday, but then in qualifying it all came together. Can you tell us what was different this time around in the morning?
Yesterday all the teams that struggle a lot, and by today we are changing something on the bike that make me more comfortable and more confident on the bike. But yeah, race is the race, so I need to enjoy the race and let's fight with other riders.
Thank you so much, Damok. Good luck with this one. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, Sharafuddin Azman. Good to see him in the front two rows of the grid. He's in P5 for today. He hasn't had the best of seasons results-wise, Sharafuddin. He's had a DNF in Motegi and a P9, so he'll be looking to improve there. And similarly, good to pick out Herjun Atner Ferdaus. He had a DNF, best result of P7 so far this year. So one or two new names beginning to make their way to the top, Barry.
Yeah, we were waiting for Herjun to come through, and we were delighted to see him so strong yesterday. And also delighted to see him, another rookie. He actually out-qualified Herjun Atner in the end, Ferozi Torikatula. He went with his teammate, Wayne Agroho, on a really fast lap, but credit to him, he kept up, and he recorded that really good time.
Khalid Pawi, bike 44, will be on P6 for Idemitsu Honda Racing. And Pawi, one podium, that came at Sepang. That's P6 and a DNF in Motegi, so he'll look to bounce back from there. And one of your teammates, Anupab Samu, always a danger.
He's going to bring something to this race again. He's starting down on the third row. He's got Pirapong Louis Bunpeng holding the brolly, incidentally. So, ties sticking together there.
Anupab second in the championship standings. We need to keep a look on that. This is the championship leader alongside him. Does this suggest that Adananta and Anupab, because they're so low down, they've got to worry about their lead up at the top?
I think they're both going to make their way through. They're both race day riders. Daniel called him Mr. Sunday. Yeah, just looking there at Helmi Azman. Good to see he's in a good cheery mood. Hopefully that will help him on his way, because he's starting further down the order than we would have expected.
Yeah, had a P14 in Motegi as well. One race win so far this year in Sepang. So we've got a lot of riders out there with the ability to win, certainly the ability to get on the podium. We've had 4 different winners in the 6 races so far this season. Atalanta Putra's won 3. A winner piece for Anupab at Motegi in race 1. For Kazma Daniel, who's in 2nd place here. He's certainly capable of showing up on the Yamaha.
Yeah, and half a second covering the first 6 qualifiers.
Here's the starting grid. Wayu Nugroho, we saw him spin off, but we also saw him have a very quick lap on the Yamaha for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's on pole. Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin for Hong Leong Yamaha in P2. And Ferozi Torikatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P3.
And row 2, we got another emerging rookie, Herjun Atner Ferdaus for Astra Honda. Next to him, coming into form, Sharafuddin Azman. And outside of him, Karol Idampawi, his teammate for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
There's some big names. If Anupab Samun is down at P7, bike number 500 for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, and the championship leader Adananta Putra for Astra Honda in P8, alongside Helmi Azman. Gosh, that's a strong row 3, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. And on row 4, starting 10th is Kitsadar Tanachop for Honda Racing Thailand. Rocco Sessler really found some speed yesterday, but he starts 11th today, and McKinley Carl Paz starts 12th.
Serious competitors here. Tanat Longpyo from Honda Racing Thailand in 13. Demaseki for MS Glow for Men Racing Team. He's a wild card today, but knows this circuit very well. And a familiar face to ARRC. And Reza Danica Arans, Astra Honda Racing, down in P15.
And Jakrapat Pudisan qualified 16th for Honda Racing Thailand. And next to him, Shah Juntong. He starts 17th for Victor Racing Team.
Well, I would say there's at least 9 capable of winning this race.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, I would, yeah, pick those, any of those top 9.
So it depends on the conditions, depends on how they manipulate their way around this very tricky circuit. Particularly this turn 16. I love the turn 16 and 17, the final 2.
Yeah, those are the anything can happen corners, and the ones where strategy matters so much.
Adananto Putra is only 1 spin off the podium. He's in P8 today. Only 1 spin off the podium all season. That was at Sepang. He's had 3 wins, 2 P3s, and that P15. Even then, I think, if I recall, he was competitive in that race and slid off and got back up and rescued a point.
That's it, which is the measure of the man too. Very gritty competitor, and as much of a Sunday suit man as Anupam, I would say. Perhaps they're Mr. Saturday and Mr. Sunday. Let's see. But exciting to see the rookies, Ferozi and Herjan, who came up from AP 250. They were the first 2 in the championship last year on P3 and P4.
12 laps of the circuit. We're on board with Rocco Sessler, the German sensation. Red lights, top of the screen. Again, a long start. Red lights are on. All systems go. The man who was fastest, Waino Groho, is under pressure from Kazma Daniel. And Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, just can't get ahead, and Waino Groho has continued his fabulous weekend and leads into turn 1.
Yeah, that was a really good start from Herjan Atner from row 2 as well. And then it's Kazma. Let's just pick the riders out now. Adananta has come up from row 3 into P4.
Herjan, quite right, he's got himself nicely into P2. Astra Honda can do things so well. Not surprised to see their riders up at the front, but Waino Groho, he had a podium last time out. He was second at Motegi in race number 2, so really beginning to hit his straps nicely. Oh, there's no space through there. Well, there was. Oh, that was tight. Kazma, well, had to pull up, and Kazma drops from P3 down to P5.
Yeah, that wasn't quite threading a needle, but it was brilliant work by Adananta, the championship leader.
It was, wasn't it? It's calling leaving the braking late as you possibly can. He's taking a completely different line as they come squealing round turn 16.
Yeah, Adananta just where he needs to be. He's just gone inside his teammate, Herjan. And down goes Anupam.
1, 2, 3.
And down goes Helmi. And who's the other rider?
Anupam is on. Helmi, as you right called it. On his knees, cannot believe it. Anupam gets up. Helmi Asman gets up. It's the third guy.
Yeah, Sharafood
and Asman.
Ooh. Okay, so let's just see here. We're looking at number 44. He's not involved, but just behind him, it looks as though Anupam was clipped from behind. That could have been by Sharafood and Asman. I don't think it was Helmi. It was just outside the camera shot there. But it looked as though Anupam was skittled from behind. Well, frustration, because there was 2.
That's 2-2 to the teammates.
2 teammates down then.
Sharafood, he was cursing the heavens. In the meantime, Wyatt Nugroho, unconcerned by what goes on behind him, it just makes life a little bit easier. Adinata Putra, to his credit, from P8, he's got himself right on the tail of Wyatt Nugroho.
Yeah, Herjan Atner doing a good job just behind him. So this is quite big implications for the championship.
Massive. Anupab has just got to recover, get something out of this, particularly as Adinata is now up at the front.
See if he can get back on. Rosie Torikatula still in a good position there in P4. So there goes Wyatt Nugroho.
Lovely scream as they come past us in the commentary area right above the start-finish line.
Kazma, after a good start, down in P6 on the Hongyong Yamaha.
Well, he was bumped and pushed out of the way, bullied a little bit by Adinata Putra.
He was, yeah.
Adinata has kept on going. So
there
this
goes
is Helmi.
Helmi, yeah.
Well, at least get some data for tomorrow. Maybe in a 17 stronger grid.
Yeah, there goes
Might pick up a point.
Yeah. Tanner, they're going through, trying to go through. I think that was on Kazma. Wyatt Nugroho, what a good job he's doing from pole position to lead this race. Don't think we've seen him lead a race yet.
No, he was chasing. Got into P2 last P2 last time. Yeah. He was chasing all the while. Now he's chasing again. Oh, sorry, no, now he's leading.
Now he's leading, and he looks quite comfortable there. And Ferozi looks quite comfortable getting up the inside, but then he's gone wide of the wily Kazma Daniel, who just takes that place back without any effort whatsoever.
10 laps to go. The gap between 1 and 6 is less than 1.5 seconds. Firosi is 6. Carrington Powie also in the mix, as is Razor Danica Ahrens.
Yeah. Well, you right on the limit there. Foot off the peg as he went through turn 1, but he didn't lose any time. So good work from the determined Adinata. Let's see if Herjan stay with the two ahead of him.
He's under real pressure, isn't he? The two Astra Hondas on the back of the Yamaha. And Tanat, yeah, you're quite right. Oh, right, Adinata decides. He's been aggressive today, Adinata.
He is, and he had an absolutely massive crash yesterday. Completely totaled his Honda, which took Astra Honda about 1 hour to rebuild. Got him ready for the next practice session. Adinata himself completely unruffled by it, as we can see. Wyatt Nugroho not giving up yet.
He's taken a different line through that part of the circuit each time. Very, very aggressive, tight line from Adinata Putra. Herjan Atner is in there. Behind them, Tanat Longpliao is forced very wide, Tanat.
I think that was an error there by Tanat. He was trying to get past Herjan, but in the end he lost out and slipped back another place.
Adinata, the leader, 1/3 of the way through the race, but Wyatt Nugroho wants to get in there. Kazma Daniel, 27. Okay, he's recovered from that sticky start, recovered from that little bit of bullying. Let's see if he can put in a decent lap time. He's 3rd in the championship standings. He's got a 1 win to his name already this year. Gonna have to work hard to get another, but he's in a better position than he was at the end of the first lap.
Adinata, best lap so far. But most of these riders put in their best lap last time around, as you'd expect, as the fuel load lightens. Wyatt Nugroho, Indonesian Yamaha, gets alongside Indonesian Honda, but nice and calm. Adinata holds it. Daniel looks on behind from Herjan Atner. Hurgen holding up very well. We know his quality from 250s. And now he's got the confidence from having a very good couple of days here at Mandalika. Tanat threatening, but made two or three errors, which has put him back further than he would like to be.
But still in contention, definitely. It's, what, 0.6 of a second between P1 and P6, Khalid Mpawi. Although Khalid Mpawi, I think, is going to have a penalty. He exceeded the pit outspeed. Oh, he might have a long lap penalty. That's bike 44.
That's very much a rookie error from a very experienced and accomplished racer.
Keep an eye on Kazma. It just looks like he's in the mood today. Second in qualifying. I know you liked his work earlier on today. I know you're a big fan of Kazma.
Yeah, he does look good, and in a couple of seasons of frustration. There is Rocco Sessler.
He was very quick in practice 1 and practice 2.
Yeah, second fastest of the day on combined times yesterday.
Out to the reckoning here though, in P12 at the moment, Rocco Sessler, as we follow the front four.
Yeah, back in front. Good fight from him. Now his third season too for Adenanta. But Adenanta has made his way up in a much more progressive, linear way than Wayne Agroho has. The number 99, Dimaseki. Hurgen is getting some attention now from the Malaysian number 27 behind him.
Get the impression that they're all just biding their time. Kazma, with 6 laps to go, we're at the midway point. Behind them, Khalid Mpawi, 44. That's a quick time, a 1:38.191 from Khalid Mpawi. That's the fastest lap so far.
Yeah, it's good to see. Hopefully he is coming back into form. Best result we saw was at Sepang when he got a P2.
Combination of that fastest lap, sorry to cut over here. Combination of that fastest lap from Kip.
Well, back in 2023, you'll remember, Des, he was the rider to beat.
Absolutely. He's a big name in Malaysia. Moving on to the big stage. 5th at the moment. The man leading the way, Wayne Agroho. Kip has to be aware of Tanat Longfield just behind him. Kitsada's also there. Well, we got 2 Yamahas and 5 Hondas in the first 7. Fairozi a little bit off the pace, 4/10 down in 8th.
Yeah, the gap opening up behind Kip, back to Tanat.
Yamaha leads the way, bike 89. And 2 Astra Hondas of Adenanta Putra and Hurgen Atna Firdaus. P2 and P3, 5 laps to go. Hurgen has just set a quick time, which Kitsada has just beaten, a 1:38.0. They're racking it up as Hurgen goes on the inside of Adenanta.
Nicely done. Clean as a whistle. Not in awe whatsoever of his championship leading teammate. Two rookies in P1 and P2.
Right, this is Anupam Samo down in P14. He came a cropper in that 3-man tangle. But he's looking to pick up points. He's in a good position. Helmi Azman is in P16. Will have to do well. Oh, that's your teammate.
3 abreast, the 3 Indonesians, giving no quarter whatsoever, and Hurgen has come out of that best. Adananta looking aggressive as ever.
Wayu, he has to be aware now of Kazma right on his tail, Karen and Powie just there, and then the two ties, Tanat and Kinsada. Are they close enough? They're not far behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You add Fairozi Tokatullah, third in qualification, so clearly quick.
Yeah, Kitsura has done well to come up from his starting position.
A new fastest time, McKinley Kalpaz, who we've not really mentioned, but the Filipino in P9. He's posted a 1:37.9. The first inside 1:38.
Ooh, and that is, I was looking at the timing screen there, but well, it's an Astra Honda, and
it's Herjan.
Yeah, it is Herjan. It's
Herjan Atna.
It's a tall figure, so he's gone down.
Herjan Atna is down, having been in the lead. Adananta Pucha now under pressure from the two Yamahas as Kazma smuggles his way into the lead and then loses it. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, so you can see the level that these guys are riding at, because Herjan was looking absolutely superb. Adananta now. Groho just in second, but very much under threat from Kazma Daniel and Kitsada, who's had a quiet, he's very quiet in Motegi, almost went missing, but coming back really strongly now. And Kip, Karolid and Powie finding form as well after a quiet first half of the season.
Underbone action on 600 Super Sports, not bad. So competitive, this whole competition. Wainagroho leads the way on the Yamaha ahead of Adananta. Kazma Daniel looks like he's got straight line speed. Went past Adananta on the straight, but then is then caught up later braking from the Astra Honda.
Yeah. So Wainagroho, this is a really polished performance from Wayu. We started from pole position, of course. Now Kip is into a podium position ahead of his Malaysian rival. Kazma. This is really boiling up nicely.
Well, that's Herjan crashing out. Just shows you how on the edge these guys are. It looks as though they're just jockeying for position, but they're lapping inside the 1:37s. That's the fastest time for McKinley Kalpaz. Mid 1:38s. They're on the limit.
So Karolid and Powie shaping up for perhaps second podium finish of the season.
It's your money I'm putting on that, not mine. That could be you perm any three of this front six. Do you include Ferozi in there as well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And yeah, our friend McKinley Kalpaz coming onto the back of that group as well. As you said, Des, he's moving very rapidly. 2 laps to go after this one.
As they squeal past us, 2 laps to go. Nagrovu, look at the gap. 0.7 between 1 and 5. 1.5 between McKinley Kalpaz in 8th.
Say this is coming to the boil.
Turn 16 is going to be chaotic, to say the least.
And Adananta has been very close to the front all the way through.
Having started 8th.
Impressive, yeah, from Mr. Saturday.
But it's Wainagroho who's been fabulous all weekend. Leading the way. Behind them, 44, Karolid and Powie, as you say, is due a podium. He's got that quality. Kitsada's there, Tanat's there, Fairozi's there, Kyle Paz is there.
Yeah, Kitsada coming back into form. Honda Racing Thailand.
Nugroho fastest through sector 3. It's only by 0.002 of a second, 1,000 of a second. So they're all lapping pretty quickly. Mid 138s while racing. So this is the rehearsal for the race into the line on the final lap. Nugroho leads. You've got the two Hondas squealing behind him.
At all these riders, it's Wayne Nugroho who's spent less time at the pointy end of the field. Let's see how he withstands the pressure here. It's going to come hard and fast from the man behind him, Adananta Putra, and down goes
Carolyn Powie.
Oh. Out of contention, looking good for a podium. Ends in disappointment. That promotes Kazma into P3.
Just lost it at the wrong time, Carolyn Powie. And now Adananta shows his aggression. Why Nugroho decides that I need to respond. Behind them, Kazma Daniel looks behind. He's got the twin Thai threat behind him. In fact, inside goes 31 Tanat. Tanat moves into P3, but only for a corner. Nugroho leads the way. This is where Adananta can really try to make his move, Barry Russell.
And here he comes up the inside. Oh, this is so tight. Wayne Nugroho not giving up. He's got the right line coming into this left-hander.
Nugroho, bike 89, has the lead. Kazma in P3, the two Thais behind him. Fairozi also in that mix as they come into turn 16. Wayne Nugroho from pole position. Can he hold the line? I think that was Kazma pushed wide. On the inside, Adananta Putra. Adananta, can he hold it? Adananta Putra! Fantastic victory for the championship leader. 4th of the season on the final turn, Barry Russell.
Massive for the championship. Anupam Samun out. And another race win for Adananta Putra from Wahyu Nugroho. Fantastic race from Wahyu. And Ferozi Torikatula on the podium in Supersport for the first time. And warm congratulations there for Ferozi from his countrymen. And the plucky but unlucky today, Anupam Samun comes through. He's gonna
pick up points. P12.
Yeah, P12. So that's what you got to do. He's made the best of it.
And Helmi Asman is also going to pick up 8 points. You never know. It might help. But it's only 3 points he's accumulated in his last 2 races now, Helmi Asman. But there is Adananta Putra. Talk about timing to perfection.
What a beautifully judged win. He had everything in that. We saw from Adananta, we saw aggression. We saw speed, we saw composure, and beautiful, beautiful championship level timing.
Wonderful Indonesia, wonderful racing, wonderful Adananta Putra. Astra Honda Racing takes it by 0.14 of a second from Wahyu Nugroho. Fairozi gets a very tasty P3 that tells you that Kazma Daniel went from 3 to 7 in the last 2 corners. Kitsada for Honda Racing Thailand in 4 ahead of his teammate Tanat Longkleo. Less than a second separate 1 from 6. Kyle Paz is improving race on race on the Yamaha for Hongleong Yamaha. Kazma Daniel, frustratingly for him, down in P7 on bike 27. Reza Danica also improving his form race on race in P8. Dimaseki, the wild card for MS Lofer Men Racing, a very respectable P9 ahead of Germany's Rocco Sessler, Team One for All. Jakri Pat, we hardly mention him for Honda Racing in P11. Anupam got up from his crash to pick up 4 points. Sha Juntong, Carolyn Powie got up. Oh, did he? No, he's 1 lap down. Not sure whether he'll pick up 2 points, Carolyn Powie, but he was beating the gravel in frustration. Helmi Asman as well. That is catastrophic for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, particularly when you remember that Sharafuddin Asman was also cursing the clouds.
He was indeed. What a massive move for the championship. Adenanta came in with a 7-point lead, Des, and his main rivals have either not finished or, in the case of Kazma, finished down in 7th.
The lead's now up to 28 points.
Nugroho finishing 2nd. Well, let's not do any spoilers, but I think he's going to be looking good in the championship too.
Well, he moves on to 95.
Tears of joy there. I wonder if that might be a relative. Is that Mrs. Adenanta? Mama's happy. That was a wonderful race from Adenanta.
Look at that. Why Nugroho?
That's it, he's trusting his team well and truly there.
It was Firozi, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Tears of joy then. That's it, literally. Fantastic work by the cameraman. We actually caught the tear rolling down the cheek of Adenanta's mama. Fantastic. Dimaseki came on to congratulate him. Dimaseki finished in 9th. Ran down to congratulate his friend. So, Indonesia 1, 2 and 3. Thailand 4th and 5th, much better for Honda Racing Thailand.
But for Malaysia, this is, for both the Yamaha and the Honda teams, that is a day to forget. Gosh. There's a montage, I think, of frustrated Idemitsu Honda racers.
Yeah.
All who are beating either their fists into the gravel or looking up to the heavens, cursing their luck.
Yeah, a day of absolute frustration there for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. They live to fight another day.
Aggression from Adenanta right from the very start. You could see that even though he was P8, he had in his mind that he could get to the front quickly. He did. And then aggression right at the very end as well from Adenanta Putra.
Indonesian flags flying everywhere here in Lombok, Indonesia. So let's go to Daniel, who is with our podium finishers.
Firozi, it's finally glory for you in the Supersport 600 on the podium. 3rd place for you. And it was a tough battle. The front 3 looked like they were running away, but right at the end there, you closed the gap. You fought hard and you managed to get there. Tell us about this race.
Yeah, for the first, thanks to Allah. Terima kasih kepada Allah telah memberikan saya rezeki. And yes, I don't know what to say, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy, but this is first time for me in 600 in the podium. And thank you so much to my family, to my father, my wife. And yeah, I'm stay focused in the race. And until the last lap, I try to push. And alhamdulillah, I get in the before the last corner, and I was number 3. Yeah, I thank you to Allah. And I'm very sad, but my mom not see me in here. But I'm very happy. But yeah, thank you to my team, my family, all.
Thank you so much, Firozi. Congratulations to you. Now in 2nd place, Firozi Stay from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Wahyu Nugroho. They're sharing a moment right now between the pair of them celebrating. Big cheers for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We're just waiting for Wahyu to come over here. So Wahyu, it was an intense battle. You had your moments, but my oh my, behind you guys there were so many crashes as well. So it was really intense. Adenanta, really, that overtake on the last side was unbelievable. So tell us about this race. How was it at the end?
Yeah, it was incredible race. It's wonderful, and I enjoyed the race. And congratulations to Nanta and my teammate Feroz. This is the first time also. I know how it feels. Yeah, it was very tough, but it's fun. Let's do more tomorrow.
Can't wait to see it. Congratulations to you and the team. And race winner here in Mandalika for round 4, Muhammad Adenanta Putra. We're just trying to get Adenanta over here for an interview. He's sharing a wonderful moment with his mom. So Adinanta, it was a race with so many overtakes. It looked like a 250cc race, which you were very good at. So tell us, I mean, that overtake at the last turn, I don't think many people would think to overtake that. How did you manage to find that space?
Very incredible race. I'm very happy. Thank you to my family, my father, my mom, and also my girlfriend, and also all who support me this weekend. Also my team, my mechanic, and Ueno-san. Thank you for helping me a lot, because yesterday and also in this morning qualifying I was struggle a lot. Yesterday I crashed in FP2 and then I got a bad feeling, and then I try to give spirit to myself and then try to focus. Yeah, actually the race was still the setting not so perfect for me, because still many times like slide and almost crash, but finally now I'm the winner, and I'm very happy because this is also very important for my championship point. So after this I will try to discuss with my team for tomorrow in race 2, and I will push more tomorrow. See you. Thank you.
Can't wait, Adinanta. Good, congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
A crazy Supersport 600cc race, number 7 of 12 of the season at the Asia Road Racing Championships. Mandalika providing real entertainment. A good start from Waino Groho, a very decent start also out from Kazma Daniel, but the really aggressive start came from Adinanta Putra. Starting in P8, the number 21 was quickly into the top 3 by Russ.
Yeah, that was a fantastic start from Adinanta. You could see the determination. He was just going up the inside there of Hergen, who had a fantastic race until he crashed, but we didn't quite see what caused that, but it looked like Anubhav had his rear wheel taken out.
Yeah, that was 2 Idemitsu Hondas taken out at the same time, hence the look. And then this is Hergen at the bike number 46 coming through and really looking the part at Supersport 600, really for the very, very first time. But you did mention he would crash out later, and it was a bit of a mystery on what really happened to Hergen.
Yeah, there he was. We had at one point, we had the 2 rookies, Hergen and Wayu, leading the race from Adinanta. There is Hergen at the front. So good to see at this point anyway.
Our focus is on Waino Groho, and then suddenly Hergen just gets that one wrong. We needed a first take and a second take to see was it Hergen, because he was riding so well. Kazma decided he wants to come in. At this stage, Kazma Daniel looked good, but Kazma would drop down to P7. Then Waino Groho looked good. Wayu would drop down to P2. Another crash, Khalid and Powie goes out. It was mayhem.
Absolutely bonkers. Daniel said like a 250 race, maybe even like an Underbone race. The action was incredible.
Down to the very, very final corner. Tanat comes in. Kazma is pushed just a little bit wide. Kazma goes from P3 to P7 as they come round turn number 16. That's Kazma's race cooked. And then on to the final corner. Adinanta late onto the brakes, accelerates through and takes the victory. Win number 4. He said he had a difficult weekend. If that's a difficult weekend, I'll have one of them every weekend, thank you.
So would he.
And Mum was there and Dad was there to enjoy it. Fairozi Torikatullah, he's a happy man. His first podium. The man who's enjoying the weekend no matter what. Waino Groho, his podium as well. Back-to-back P2s for him. And applause for a 4th win of the season for Asta Honda Racing's Adinanta Putra. Yeah, you can showboat now, Adinanta. Absolutely. Thoroughly deserved. And Asta Honda will pick up the team award and will get the awards made after the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. It's been a very good sporting day for Indonesia. Good news on the sporting arena
Dan kali ini berkenan
for the nation.
memberikannya Mr. Hideyoki Hattori dari General Manager PT Idemitsu Indonesia kepada para juara.
Mr. Takashi Urabe, the President Director for PT Idemitsu Group Indonesia,
Terbaik ketiga kita adalah
will be handing out the winner presentation, winner awards.
From Indonesia, Wahyu
Rosie.
Nugroho.
Terbaik kedua kita dari Indonesia yang tampil dengan luar biasa adalah
And they've been
Wahyu
such good competitors all the way through. It's really good to see them on the podium.
Yeah, the contrasting styles there between Ferozi and his teammate Wahyu. Really, he's such a fighter, Ferozi.
Yes.
Just pure joy for Wahyu.
And every time the athletes, they say, I'd like to thank my family. For once, the family are here to see it.
Yeah.
Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the team award to Astra Honda Racing Team. There's another award to put on their mantelpiece, which will be creaking under the weight.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Hideaki Hattori and Dr. Stan Yasuhiro to take a photo with our race winners.
And the glamour shot, the trophy shot, the glory shot, the Indonesia ballet shot.
And a big thank you once again to Mr. Hideaki Hattori and Dr. Stan Yasuhiro for presenting the awards.
Expect all three to be there or thereabouts in tomorrow's race as well. As we look at the overall standings, and it's really good for Adelanto Putra. He's increased his lead to 28 points over Anupab Samun, who at least got 4 points for a P12 finish. Wahyu Nugroho moves within 10 of Anupab. Kasma Daniel, wow, he slips down. He had a chance of a top 3 place, finished P7 today. McKinley Kalpaz improved throughout this season for Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Helmi Asman on the Idemitsu Honda picked up a point. Will it be enough? Okay, let's go for a break. We've got one more race, and it's the big boys. It's the Superbikes, the SB Superbikes 1000cc. And boy, have we got a tale for you coming up. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship 2025. Do not go away. I promise you, this Superbikes race will be worth watching.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket.
Kito Abe has risen to the top the last time out for the ASB 1000, mirroring the footsteps of SDG's 2024 glory with Yuki Kuni. But Hafiz Sharin is hot on his heels with JDT Racing Team after their first victory this season in Motegi, making the gap just 9 points between them. What's been impressive, however, is Azro Hakimanowa's performance in his rookie season, 2 wins out of 6 races, leaving him just 10 points adrift. Nakarin, as expected, is putting in another strong campaign, but pace management seems to have been Chips' Achilles heel after his double win in round 1. Rounding off the top 5, Malaysia's Zakwan Zaidi puts on another strong campaign, however, a race win still yet to be achieved this season. 5 riders, 1 title, this is ASB 1000.
Daniel Bogas setting the scene for the ASB 1000cc. Just 16 points separating P1 Kito Abe from Zakwan Zaidi in P5. Welcome along to the second half of the season. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship around the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. Barry Russell in the commentary box alongside Des Corkill. And Barry, looking forward to this one immensely.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the great things about this track as we look at it is that because there isn't too many straight lines, the Yamahas that handle really well but aren't so quick in a straight line can be really competitive here. Let's take a look at qualifying. So it's a 40-minute qualifying session for the ASB 1000. And there was plenty of surprises here, and one notable feature was that going out very early was Lachlan Epis, and he put in a really quick time in the opening minutes of the session, and I think to stop the clock there, 1:36.785. Then he'd take a break, having banked that really good time, but all the way through, as he had been yesterday in practice. Hafiz Sharin was at the top for nearly the whole session, looking threatening all the way through. And as we got into the final time, the real business end of qualifying, it was a cat and mouse game between Kito Abe, who was second provisional, and Hafiz Sharin, and they just wouldn't give way to each other, and neither of them improved. They just held each other up. The rider having a grandstand view of that just behind them was Cam Dunker, and absolute exasperation there, and mirth in the SDG pit box. But it made no difference because Hafiz Sharin maintained his provisional pole position. It held. Kito Abe, despite the shenanigans, held his second. So these rather fierce rivals are going to start alongside each other on the front row. Hafiz will start first, and while all that was going on, Lachlan Epis put in another belter of a lap, and he will start third. But that is your pole man for race 1 coming up next.
Very quickly, the shenanigans that were going on there. Give us a quick break on what that was all about, because they weren't racing, they weren't competing against each other, and yet they were.
Yeah, they were, and most of it happened in pit lane. They went into pit lane because Hafiz didn't want Kito to follow him, and then Kito decided, I think they just decided to torture him. There was real antagonism, and it worked. It did really frustrate Hafiz.
It was great drama. It was great live drama, even though it wasn't on the track. You could see what how they were trying to out-battle each other mentally. It was fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
So, some big names in this. We've got 12 on the starting grid. We talked about Hafiz. We talked about Kito Abe. The Lachlan Epis lap, though. Gosh, that was a terrific lap for Lachlan.
Yeah, we almost missed it as we were watching the cat and mouse, but let's go to Daniel now. He is on the grid.
So we're on the grid right now for the ASB 1000, but by my side we have a very special guest, Pandi Satria, the president of the MGPA. Pandi.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, very much.
So we want to ask, for the Mandalika circuit and for Lombok, what is the importance or the benefit of having a championship like ARC here?
There are a lot of benefit in terms of motorsport. There are so many riders coming from Mandalika Racing Series and other races in Indonesia racing, participate in RRC. Some of them went go up to the podium, Indonesia Raya, national flag, and that's for the racing. And there are also a lot of economic benefit. 106 riders from 36 teams, 18 countries. I talked to Ron about 1,000 people coming here. The team, the racer, media, and so on. Yeah, they need to stay somewhere at the hotel. They need to have food, F&B, catering from the morning up, until afternoon. So it creates a lot of economic benefits for the local as well as for the MGPA itself.
Definitely, it's very noticeable in town seeing how everything is developing and it's looking really great. Now for the circuit, we follow the different series that's here, the car series, the bike series. It's fantastic. So what's the future plan for the Mandalika circuit?
Well, we go step by step. We just had GT World Challenge Asia on last May, and then last week we had Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and I think 2 new events in 2025 is good enough. Maybe next year we will add one more. Yeah, so we have 2 wheels and 4 wheels for a brand new circuit, 3 years old. I think we are doing okay. Yeah, of course we welcome anyone to have a race in Mandalika. So yeah, let's do what we can.
Well, it's always an enjoyment to be here in Mandalika. Thank you so much, Pandi, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Come to Lombok. We thank you very much. Visit Lombok, Mandalika, NTB, Indonesia. Thank you.
Definitely, we all should. Thank you so much, Pandi. So now we're going to head on to the grid interviews with none other than poleman Hafiz Sharin, who's focusing in the zone. And we're going to try grab a quick word with him as he just takes his breath real quick and he's having a moment now. I'm going to try to interview him. So Hafiz, the momentum has been looking really good, especially since Sepang. That step forward has been so awesome, and I want to ask, does this style of circuit, the way it flows, does it suit your riding and the Ducati so far?
I'm not sure this track suit to the Ducati or what, but with my riding, sure, I'm quite flowing rider, and I can do some attack plays. But yeah, since Sepang to here, no one's believed that I never changed the setup of the bike. From that race until now, I just keep going to understand the bike, and every lap I try to do, and yeah, and then we are here. The work pay off, and just need to finish the job done later, and let's see what we can do. And I try to be better than Motegi.
So suddenly the weather has changed. It suddenly got cloudy. It's cooling down. Do you think this is going to be a benefit for the race tire wear wise?
Sure, little bit, but it depends. If you are fighting, it's also not safe the tire. So I can say it's quite close. Also the top 5 riders. So we will see. And I have a pace. Yesterday I did very well. So yeah, I hope I can doing the same thing like yesterday in the afternoon. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck to you and the team. And now we're going to head next to Hafiz real quick. We're going to have a chat with Kito Abe before we're hurried off the grid. And Kito's just off the bike. We're going to have a chat with the rider from SDG. So Kito, qualifying was a bit of a cinema to watch, but you did it with the hard tires, a really fast time. So can you tell us, your pace is good with the race tires. Is your plan to attack early, try to lead, or are you going to wait and hold it until the last lap?
In the qualifying, right? Yeah, I want to try to the hard tire because medium and hard is not so bad, but in the race I don't know which tire is long life, so I don't know, but I feeling is so good is a medium tire, and then now I choice is a medium.
So medium for both front and rear?
Yeah, medium and medium.
Medium. So, okay, right now the weather is changing. Hafiz said that he's not sure about the tire wear, but do you think it's going to help you now because you're with the medium tires that it's cooling down?
Yeah, the Hafiz So I don't know, but
Do you feel that you with the medium tires, is it going to last longer now that it's getting cooler?
yeah, I think medium is better. Yeah, because every round 1, round 2, round 3, I chose the medium tire. I think this package is I understand, so I try to this tire very good matching.
Thank you so much, Hito. Good luck with this one. And we're going to try and grab a quick word if we're not hurried off and try and get a quick one with Lachlan. Before we all get hurried off, I'm just going to squeeze myself through here. So, Lachlan, I think Mandalika is quickly becoming a favorite track for you. What have you found this weekend that's been different from previous rounds?
Look, we've just had a bit of luck on our side, or not even luck, we've just not had bad luck go against us. Look, Mandalika is a unique circuit. It kind of takes the engine out of play, that you're not really full throttled on a superbike here very long. And you can see it just levels the playing field. I mean, we've got 10 riders here within a second, and yeah, it's nice to be on the front row, it's fantastic, but no points for Saturday qualifying. It's all about what's about to go down.
Indeed. Good luck, Lachlan. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
3 fascinating interviews there from Daniel Bogas, and you can see the rivalry between Arbe and Hafiz. They're kind of eyeballing each other and they're thinking about each other. Remember, this is a 5-way battle for the championship, and yet it only seems to be about 2.
Yeah, it does. Here's the grid.
Hafiz on the first row of the grid, on the Ducati for JDT Racing Team. He does have momentum, 3 podiums in the last 4 races. Kito Abe, championship leader. 4 podiums in the last 5 races, but only 1 win apiece. Lachlan Epis, first, I think, front row for Lachlan for Savitar Team Asia. Great to see the BMW there. He was very good this morning. There's your front row.
Yes, indeed. And Apiwat Wongtananon really making that A1 Energy BMW start to work now here at Mandalika. Next to him, the ever-competitive Nakarena Chirapupapat, one of the 5 championship contenders, and alongside him, also on a Honda, Zakwan Zaidi.
Hasan Shahkan Razaman left qualifying a little bit late, but the BMW is always quick and within a second of the fastest. Astra Honda Racing's Andy Farid is the hard down in P8. Azroy Hakim Anwar Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, a double winner at Sepang. He's down in P9, but capable of getting up.
And on row 4, we've got Cameron Dunker, who's ailing a little bit today, having had food poisoning, I believe, last night. Next to him, British Joe Francis, and outside of him, Chiu Yu Zhou will start 12th.
Just need to endorse that Lombok, in the 3 years now that we've been here at the Asia Road Racing Championship, you can see the development of the nearby town, Kuta. You can see what the motor racing circuit has done for the development, and I promise you the sights of Lombok are just fantastic.
Absolutely fabulous. Well said, Des, which is why quite a few people from around here are extending their stay.
For purely professional reasons, you understand.
Absolutely.
Okay, right, on to the business. 12 on the track. We've had the starting. This Hafiz Sharin Kito Abe battle is a beauty. But the Ducati, it was a great question, I thought, from Daniel. This would, I suspect, suit the Ducati because you can accept there's not that many hard braking corners, and the Ducati is a power machine.
Yeah, it is, and as he said, he likes to flow through these corners, so that suits him. But for me, all the way through, right from free practice 1 yesterday, it was Hafiz who had the pace. He's really gotten used to this Ducati now, gelled with the team, and I think he's going to take some stopping this afternoon. But if anybody can do it, it'll be the cheeky Japanese who's lined up, and you could see Hafiz irritated by the confrontation, and Kito absolutely tickled pink with it.
I think so. Another one I'd like to talk about, Apiwat Wongtananon, he's not had a great season, but we both know he's more than capable. Apiwat, how many? It's 3 DNFs in 6 races. You won't win a championship with that, but he could be a spoiler.
Yeah, he will be a spoiler at some stage, perhaps this stage, because he seems to have got the measure of that BMW now, and his teammate I wouldn't say that Apiwat's pace has been consistent this weekend, but Aslan Shah's has, his teammate. Aslan was really strong all the way through yesterday. Didn't quite get things perfectly right in qualifying, but starting from
7th,
that won't hold him back.
No.
Aslan looking as fit and happy as we've ever seen him.
And again, you've got Azroy Hakim down in P9, more than capable of forcing his way through. It all depends, I think, maybe on the start of Hafiz and Kito Abe. Lachlan Epis would like to really spoil the party as well. There's a lot of potential party poopers in here.
Yeah, Lachlan Epis looking ready for the battle. Kito Abe is going to trundle into position.
4 different winners in 6 races so far. Twice for Chip Nakarin, twice for Azroy Hakim, 1 apiece for Kito Abe and Hafiz Sharin. 12 on the grid. 13 laps of the Mandalika circuit. We are underway. Hafiz and Kito Abe go wheel to wheel. Abe so quick, everybody quick off the line. Also quick off the line was Zakwan Zaidi, but the man who comes through, it's the BMW, makes the way forward. What a start that is. Oh, he's flown away.
Well, there you have it. Aslan Shah from row 3, straight into the lead at turn 1. He got the whole shot.
You mentioned the BMWs, you mentioned he's being quick. Well, that was super quick.
That was, yeah, his pace has been great. That wasn't about pace, that was just about getting the start absolutely perfect. He's got Nakarin behind him. He's come up from row 2, and this is bad news.
Apiwat.
Because Apiwat is in pit lane.
One BMW flies, the other static.
That's really bad news, just as we were saying that things were going right.
Azroy Hakim Anwar, also a flying start as well. He got up into P4, from P9 to P4. And in the meantime, Abe is being dropped to, gosh, Abe is 1, 2, 3, 8. Lachlan Epis, 7th.
Yeah, so those two, starting from the front of the grid, P2 and 3 respectively, they've gone backwards in this early stage.
Hafiz Sharin moves to P2, Chip Nakarin, the new race leader. The big BMW, difficult to handle. Right then, Hafiz, straight line speed. Oh, that was a bellow of noise from the Ducati of Hafiz Sharin, end of the first lap. And that is a statement, that is from Hafiz.
Yeah, not such a surprising one. I mean, those Hondas are really fast too, but Hafiz got really good drive out of turn 17. And now he's leading them into sector 2.
Well, Chip Nakarin has gone with him. Nakarin had to hit a Puvapat on the Honda.
Yeah, Nakarin started from the middle of the second row, but his qualifying time was only a couple of tenths off.
Here's Abe. He's alongside Lachlan Epis. Closes the door on him and then lets Abe through.
Yeah, those two start line underperformers to get on the pace, get themselves back in contact. Kito Abe is a very good racer, but he's got quite a lot of ground to make up there, you can see from that shot.
So Cameron Dunker, the number 12, also making a beeline. He's got himself into P6 as Dunker on the Yamaha. He didn't look well earlier on, did he? Bit of food poisoning, but he's back on the bike as Abe tries to recover from a desperately poor start.
Zakwan challenging Aslan for P3. He'll stay put for the time being. A long, long way to go.
His control have said the start was clear, so no problems for anybody to worry about, other than the fact that, well, if you're Kito Abe, you're 6 places behind Hafiz Sharin. Abe is the championship leader on 101 points. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah is on 92. Azroy Hakim 91. Nakarin Atirapuvapat on 88. Zakwan Zaidi 85.
Yeah, despite the pace all weekend of Hafiz, Nakarin being kind of midfield, Nakarin really keeping the Malaysian star honest. Gatti versus Honda, they're both runty, fast machines.
From Dunlop, the news has come in of what the tyre wear is, and it's interesting that Hafiz has gone for hard compound on front and rear tyre, but Abe has gone for a completely different strategy, as we were hearing in the pre-race interview.
Yeah, there's been a lot of experimentation. We know that the track surface here always plays a part. But let's look at the number 25 at Aslan, running a medium front and a hard rear. I think that could be significant. There he is in third. We haven't seen Aslan on the podium this season.
Was his best result. That was in the second race in his home competition at Sepang. Third at the moment, Zakwan just behind him. Abe's got himself up ahead of Azroy Hakim Anwar, so he's into P5. But Kito Abe is to get close to Hafiz. He's got a long way to come back from. 2.1 seconds down. 10 laps to go. We're about a quarter of the way through this race.
Still all over that Ducati just in front of him, and Zakwan coming up the inside. 2 former ASB 1000 champions battling there for P3. Advantage Zakwan right now. Kito Abe coming up behind Aslan.
Aslan, 41 years of age. No, 41 in October, isn't he? He's 40 now. Sorry for doing you a year. Still riding and still looking fit. Looking like a memory, actually.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that. I certainly think that's true. And he's happy. Seems very well kind of adjusted, enjoying his racing. So you can expect some good stuff from Aslan. The good stuff he needs to do immediately is to try and keep Kito Abe behind him.
Abe the focus of our attention at the moment. P5 behind him, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Let's not forget Azroy's in that mix as well. He's only a point behind Hafiz Sharin, the SDG Hard Pro team.
Yeah, unflappable as ever in the SDG pit. Although we did see some amusement there during the qualifying mind games.
Hafiz looking in control at the moment. Chip Nakarin looks like he's chasing and having to work hard to chase.
I think it will come down perhaps to tyre wear. Nakarin on... Oh!
Who is it? It's two of them. It's Abe!
It's Kito's down.
It's Kito Abe has gone.
And
was it Lachlan? No, I don't think so. Kito Abe in P6, he's out. That's the big one, and Lachlan Epis is the other one. Abe, whoa, that is a huge moment in the championship. Enormous. And what an opportunity for Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, Kito came in with a 7-point advantage on Hafiz. And Kito is race 1 here at Mandalika, literally in the dust. He is going to remount, so he'll pick up a few points.
Reaction.
We couldn't see the cause there. We could see Kito was laying the blame.
Aslan was accepting the blame.
That's how I read that. But as you said, there's massive for the championship because it was so close. And while that's going on, Hafiz is gapping Nakarin behind him.
The one consolation for Kito Abe, if he gets up, which he has, with Apiwat out, there is a chance for him to actually pick up maybe 5 or 6 points. So it's damage limitation for Abe here. But for Hafiz Sharin, what an opportunity. Last lap, a 1:35.209, fastest on the track so far.
Yeah, you can see this coming in a way. Interesting what he said on the grid, which was that he's been keeping the same setup since Sepang. I do believe it. I think the only thing they've really been changing has been tyres, electronics.
Johor crew, they've been working hard. This is their second season in the Asia Road Racing Championship. There's a big investment from the southern state in Malaysia and in Hafiz, which puts pressure on. But it looks like that investment is getting a return. But so much can change. We've just seen that. And Zakwan Zaidi, he won't give this one up. Chip Nakarin won't give this one up. The Hondas are quick.
Yeah, Nakarin could be, he might have used some tyres up in the chase. Running a medium front and a hard rear.
It's not a relaxed look yet on the Ducati team, on the JDT team.
It's almost more worrying when your guy's in the lead, isn't it?
Particularly when you can feel the 25 points. They're yours for the taking. 7 laps to go. We're just approaching halfway. We're about halfway. Hafiz Sharin leads by 1.1 seconds.
Zakwan currently lapping faster than the man in front of him, his former teammate in the Honda Asia Dream Racing outfit, and indeed teammate a couple of weeks ago in Suzuka. Zakwan Zaidi has got more pace currently than Nakarin. There is Azroy, currently 5th.
It's been a tough day in the Honda Malaysia garages. They'll be hoping maybe that Azroy Hakim can close in. They'll be hoping that Zakwan is able to at least hold on to P3 to pick up another podium. Which for Zakwan would be podium number 5 of the season if he is in the top 3. There's Aslan Shah, who you mentioned hasn't had a podium. And of course with Apiwat not being able to get off the starting line, BMW are hoping for a podium just to compensate for Apiwat's problems.
Yeah, that lead of Hafiz now up to 1.5 seconds. Just over half race distance.
Well, he's back out on the circuit and he's up into 9th place. Okay, that's 7 points for Kito Abe. Lachlan Epis also up. Yu Joe in 10th, but Abe.
Yeah, damage limitation today and have another crack tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zakwan closes in on Nakarin.
A 9-point lead coming into this race as Zakwan closes in on Chip Nakarin. Yeah, Abe had a 9-point lead coming into this race. He would trail by 9 if it remains the same as it is at the moment.
Aslan, he's going quickly as well. He was fastest on track last time.
1:35.7.
Zakwan lapping slightly quicker than our race leader Hafiz Sharin, although he's pretty much in another postcode at the moment.
P2. Nakarin. Attila Puvapat.
Yeah, busy rider Nakarin. The last couple of months he's been in 5 Moto2 races. So in other words, he's been all over Europe as well as all over Asia. He's done the Asia Road Racing Championship, as he is today, of course, and he's also done the Suzuka 8 Hours. So a lot of race mileage and a lot of air miles.
A lot of air miles, I'm thinking that. I don't know the answer. I'm assuming they all fly business class.
I would hope so, because
that would be tough.
It would be tough if you did it economy.
Zakwan closes in. Zakwan's got some pace as well. 136 dead last time out.
Yeah, Nakarin just stabilised that gap. He was slightly quicker then.
2.3 seconds between 1 and 2. Next to nothing between 2 and 3. That's what you're seeing at the moment. The 2 Hondas. 2 experienced campaigners on similar bikes.
Further back in 6th and 7th, you've got Cam Dunker and Andy Farid locked in a little fight.
Joe Francis is giving this a go as well, although he's down in P8. He's within 2 seconds of Andy Farid and Cameron Dunker.
Yeah, a good shot of that 3-second gap. And that gap stable now. As though Zakwan was catching Nakarin. Nakarin just seems to have control once again.
Islam a little bit distant. A crash that took out 2 of the main contenders. Oh well, certainly one of the main contenders, Kito Abe, and one of the fast racers, Lachlan Epis, has really had a major impact on this race. And we've got a man being lapped. I'm assuming that was Chiu Yu Zhou.
I would think so, yeah.
Now Lachlan has withdrawn from the race. He's in the pits. Happy Watt retired. Chiu Yu Zhou in the pits.
Still nothing to choose in this battle for P2. Zakwan can't quite get close enough to show Nakarin a wheel. That was about 1.5 tenths last time. Cooler conditions out there now. There's pretty comprehensive cloud cover above as we get into these final stages.
It's the battle for P4, which Azroi Hakim Ammar would really like just to pick up the extra point. You'd like to get 13 rather than the 11 points.
Yeah, that's another one. Good call, Des, to keep an eye on.
Zakwan closing in.
Yeah, Zakwan a bit quicker through sectors 2 and 3, I think. No trouble for the blue and red Ducati ahead of them.
It's been mighty impressive from Hafiz Sharin. He has posted some quick times of 1:35.9, regularly in the low 1:36s. Best time 1:35.2.
That was the best lap of the race there for Nakarin as they start the penultimate, the last but one lap of this 13-lap race. Zakwan, you suspect, steeling himself to see if he can close in. Nakarin, not an easy rider to pass.
No, even if you get close enough, he'll take the lines, he'll make his bike as big as he possibly can.
Yeah, look at that in sector 2, Nakarin just stretching out the front of him, just keeping himself frustratingly out of reach for his Malaysian former teammate.
Well, results-wise, again, if it remains the same, this will put Nakarin Atirapuvapat level with Kito Abe. They'll leapfrog Azroy Hakim.
Through sector 3, there's really nothing to choose between them. And this is a good job being done by Nakarin, because there's really consistent pressure from Zakwan. Is this rider feeling the pressure? Doesn't look like it. I think he expected the win.
There has been a confidence in the pre-race interview. Daniel was asking about what has changed in Sepang. The setup hasn't changed, but the improvement and the momentum from the JDT team has improved through Sepang, through Japan, and now here onto Indonesia, onto Lombok at the Mandalika International Circuit. And that lead is huge now.
Yeah, and everyone's trying to make it a game here.
We're on the final lap.
Yeah, that's as close as he's been to Nakarin.
As you say, getting close is one thing, getting past is another. Zakwan looks on the inside, leaves the braking as late as he can, but can't hold on.
Nice switch back to the inside by Nakarin. He's not going to give that up easily.
This is going down to turn 16, 17.
It is. It's going to be who gets out of turn 16.
Fabulous
on the best
corner.
line, yeah. Great racing here at Mandalika.
Very good. There's your leader, Hafiz Sharin. Comes in right then. This is the moment for Zakwan. If he's going to make his move, he's got to make it now. Zakwan tries to get on the inside. Hafiz Sharin comes through to take the victory. Hafiz Sharin back-to-back wins and is the leader in the championship. Behind him, Nakarin Atirapuvapat holds off Zakwan Zaidi. Aslan Sharkan Razaman comes through in P4. But is this a decisive moment in the ARRC ASB 1000? I think, Barry Russell, it is.
It feels like it to me. You sense this coming right from, well, perhaps last race at Motegi, but certainly from the first practice session yesterday morning, as the flag of Johor gets handed to the rider for JDT team. Sharin kisses the tarmac, does a dance. Kito Abe coming through to finish 9th. So I suspect the race will be rather different tomorrow, but I think it's going to be difficult to shake the grip that Hafiz Shinagi Honda is so expressive.
Well, that Johorian flag is proudly waved. It's the National Day for Malaysia on Sunday. I'm sure there'll be a Malaysian flag to accompany that Johorian flag. But today is Saturday, and today belongs to Hafiz, and today belongs to Johor and the Ducati.
Excellent job, and better there from Aslan.
Confirmation in the end, a comfortable win when it's slowing down. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati Panigale for JDT Racing wins by just a smidgen under 3 seconds from Nakarin Atirapuvapat on the Honda Racing Thailand, who just edges ahead of Zakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. 2.9 seconds down on then Aslan Sharkan Ruzaman on the BMW for A1 Energy BMW. But for Aslan, that's a decent result. It is his best result of the season. Azroy Hakim Amwa, Idemitsu Honda, has to have 11 points, 10 seconds down. Cameron Dunker, despite food poisoning, that's a brave effort by the MotoGo Yamaha racing team Aussie. He's in 6th place ahead of Andy Faradizdaha from Astra Honda Racing, ahead of Joe Francis for Victor Racing from the UK. Kito Abe, how important might those 7 points be? SDG Hark Pro slid off in an instant with Lachlan Epis. Joe you Joe, 1 lap down. Lachlan didn't complete the race, as he said on the in the interview pre-race. It's no good being 3rd fastest in qualifying if you don't complete the race. He didn't complete the race and he took out Kito Abe. What a moment that might be.
Yeah, indeed it was. See the Honda Racing Thailand crew looking happy with that. They know how. That was a clever ride and a really good ride from Nakarina to Rapuvapat. Nobody was going to touch Hafiz Sharin today. As our race winner comes into the pits, standing up on the pegs, flying the flag of Johor. Now there'll be the hugs, the backslapping, the high fives, the relief.
The relief. Because it looks like it's coming together. It looks like the problems that they had last year, the difficulties they had this year, the emotion after crashing out in Motegi in race 1 in round 3.
Yeah, and it's difficult to run a single bike team because you've only got one set of data.
Nakarin and Zakwan still remain in championship contention, and Daniel Bogas is down there, and we'll get some post-race reaction.
Zakwan, it looks like you got your groove back in this race, and we were waiting for that attack on Nakarin, and when it came, it just went slightly wide, and on the last turn, Nakarin was just a little bit later. But tell us about the race, because it looks like you managed the tires until the end.
I feel great today, good start. Also in the beginning, I have a big start with the other rider, so quite difficult to keep in front. But finally, I get the chance to overtake, and finally I can follow with 3 riders. But finally, I feel like I try to manage the tire, but in final, I feel like coming struggle and also less grip. So I try to fight with Chip in the last lap. I think the strategy is not working today, but it's okay. I try tomorrow. For sure, I will be back and much stronger today. And anyway, thanks to the team for all the hard work. Yeah, I keep fighting for tomorrow.
Can't wait to see it. Congratulations on your podium. Now in 2nd place for the race 1 for the ASB 1000, Chip Nakarin. Nakarin, the start was so good, and then just in the end, Hafiz started to pull away, and then suddenly Zakwan came to you, but you were so late on the brakes at the last turn. So can you tell us what went right and what didn't go right in this race?
At the beginning, I start very well. In the first corner, I stay outside and try to control my pace. After that, Hafiz Sharin very fast. Yeah, I cannot keep my pace with him, so I prepare to finish in the podium. And at the end, Zakwan coming fast. Yeah, I know, but I just riding normal. In the last lap, he tried, but I still keep concentrated in the last sector, just close inside, and finally we finished in the second. Also, it enough for me today, and tomorrow I will try to make a new plan for fighting to win. And yeah, thank you to everyone and my team and our sponsor and everyone to support. Tomorrow I will try.
Thank you so much, Chip. Congratulations. Can't wait to see it tomorrow. And race winner this time round in round 4 for the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship in the ASB 1000 class, Hafiz Sharin from JDT Racing. I'm just waiting for Hafiz to make his way across to the interview area. There's another dominant victory this time from Hafiz Sharin. Let's see what he says about this one. So Hafiz, the one word I would describe this race for you is dominant. It was brilliant. You started off the race, a bit of pressure from Chip, but then you just managed to pull away and the pace was amazing. So tell us about this race.
Well, I don't know what the pace I did because my lap time doesn't work in the dash. Was working in the afternoon yesterday and qualifying, and then in the race was not working. And then I say, shit, I have to do my feeling from yesterday. You know, I have to do something with myself to have an instinct. So I just continue and don't make any mistake and try to manage the tire, everything. And the bike really awesome. And thank you to the teams and also my new crew chief that been helping me since Sepang until here. And we didn't touch at all the bike setup. We just keep the bike same. And that's never done in my life, you know. But I say, yeah, sometimes it's happen. So you just keep working and then understand, put your effort to the team. And yeah, anyway, this winning is for them, and they work more than 20 hours sometime. So yeah, right now I pay off from Japan. You know, I was disaster race in race 1, but now we come back, and thank you to everyone that support me and the fans. Also, last but not least, my family, and also to our prince, TMJ Tengku Mahkota Ismail. Without him, I was not here for racing. So, yeah, we will do for the next race tomorrow for Merdeka Day.
Apologies for the fruity language, but Hafiz, big congratulations to you, and congratulations right now on the championship lead. Can't wait to see more tomorrow.
Highlights, a sensational start. Look at the movement from bike 41 coming in. Chip Nakarin gets right into the mix, as does Zakwan Zaidi. A less than great start from Kito Abe. A dreadful start, in fact a non-start from Apiwat Wangtananom. And also Aslan Sharkan Ruzaman on the BMW comes through. The script was ripped apart on that first lap, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was great to see Aslan at the front after what seems to be a long time. But we would soon see the pace of Hafiz start to take over the story. He got ahead of Nakarin, who another rider with a sensational start, and it was quite clear, as if it wasn't already from qualifying and practice, that Hafiz had the pace that the others were not able to match.
This is early on already. Abe is trying to force his way back. There was a close-up there of him and Lachlan Epis. They'd have a conversation later on that would cause headlines. But Hafiz Sharim had Chip Nakarin right on his back. There is the incident. Abe slides out. Ugh. Sorry.
Yeah, so that was it. So more edge in the championship, this time between Kito Abe and Lachlan Epis.
We focused on the battle for P2 between Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan was pretty happy but couldn't get close really enough to Nakarin. In the meantime, Hafiz Sharim, who said a naughty word in his post-race interview, for which we are duty-bound to apologise, but that doesn't take any gloss away from a dominant performance as it was described. He won it by nearly 3 seconds. Zakwan has a little pop on the last lap, but just can't hold on the braking. And Chip Nakarin happy to come into P2, but a dominant performance. Perhaps a season-defining performance from Hafiz Sharim. Chip Nakarin comes through in P2. Hafiz Sharim, though, is this the big moment, Barry Russell?
I think it is. I think that's really ominous for the championship contenders. Remember, there were 5 squeezed into 16 points as we started this race. The shape of this championship has changed.
Zakwan happy with his day's work. He'll remain in 5th, but a little bit closer to 2nd than he was. Nakarin is joint 2nd in the championship standings with Kito Abe. And now the winner of this race, back-to-back wins. It's 4 podiums in 5 races. Hafiz Sharim and the team manager for JDT Racing Team from Johor. And they'll enjoy the day before Merdeka Day, the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Punch to the air and a cheer. Hafiz Sharin. It's been tough. There is pressure. There is expectation. Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President, to hand out the awards. Zakwan, he's so consistent, Zakwan, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, 2022 champion.
From Thailand,
And got his mojo back this year. We're seeing a really good version of Zakwan once again after a poor season in 24.
The busy Chip Nakarin. And the ecstatic Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Yeah, he's very well aware of the importance of this result.
The team award will be handed out by Mr. Takashi Urabe, the President Director of PT Idemitsu Lube Indonesia.
And the best team for the ASB 1000 Race 1 JDT Racing Team.
Dunlop, as we know them better by. And thanks to them for their support. As always, the tyres are such an important ingredient in the success, particularly in the bigger bikes, where it can make such a difference. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, dominant performance today. Nakarin and Zakwan, they'll pick up the pieces and they'll stay in contention for the championship. It's not over. We're bigging up Hafiz Sharin because he's so dominant today, but racing is such a fickle sport. Things can change in a nanosecond.
Yeah, Hafiz, such a strong rider and really found his form now and gelled with the bike, gelled with the team. He's going to take some stopping.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there is the Mandalika scene. Hafiz Sharin, the new championship leader, 9 points clear of Kito Abe, a point clear of Nakarin Atura Puvapat. Azroi Hakim on 102, Zakwan Zaidi 101. Tell you what, it's only 16 points between 1 and 5 with 5 races to go. Aslan Shah, always competitive on the BMW, 71 points for him. Cameron Duncan, get better soon, young fella. Hope you're fully puked up and you're in good nick for tomorrow. He's on 50 points. Andy Faradizda, not his best weekend for the Astra Honda racing team. He's on 41 points. Quick thoughts before we go, Barry, your highlights of today's racing?
Well, we just spoke about ASB 1000, so going back to TVS, we saw a new rider on the podium in the shape of Rendi, and the victory by Dimas was something special in the Underbone 150s. And then the composure of Arby, first podium for Shami and for Uma Racing, and 600s, the brilliance and determination of Adinanta, and the contrasting joy and gritty joy of Wayu and Ferozi. So fantastic day. It's going to be different, but it's going to be fantastic again tomorrow.
We're going to enjoy the wonderful sights of Lombok before we return to you tomorrow. We're back on air at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 local Indonesia time for the TBS One Make. We've got the qualifying, the warm-ups from 8:30 on our Facebook pages. So join Barry and join Daniel for that. Join myself and Barry and Daniel and the rest of the team at 12:35 for the broadcast tomorrow. But from wonderful Indonesia, it's been our pleasure to bring you day one of the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Mandalika circuit. We'll see you tomorrow, either 8:30 on Facebook or 12:30 on broadcast.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oil